Okay, friends, that took me a lot longer than I thought to go live again. Usually it's a few button clicks. But when I started to put the information for where you can get info about the Shelly, pay, and the lake fire, evacuation, maps, etc., YouTube told me I ran out of space in the description. That happens. So I had to go back and edit, remove old fire information, delete it, and manually copy and paste all these links to evacuation maps, watch duty, and all that. I'm too sleep deprived to do that competently. I am on the verge of eyes slamming shut. I apologize. I don't know if we can really stream today. It wouldn't be with me being here because with the nature of the fires going day, night, and day, night, and just crazy, covering them all day, covering them all night. I've gotten very little sleep for this entire past week. I didn't get a lot of sleep the week before. So I would like to just go into a kind of coma. I know it's terrible fire weather, but it is for the next few days too. And if I don't get serious rest, I won't. I will be down for a long time. So I have a great dilemma here. Hey Rob, thanks for coming back. Uh, Many of the mods are not really back from vacation. We'll have a chat with them right now to see if any are willing to volunteer, maybe go in little couple-hour shifts at a time to give people new fire evacuation info. Um, I know that the Shelly is, I don't think it's immediately threatening, but it made runs and craziness last night. We were really concerned about it. And then just as we watched the community meeting where the worried community was like, okay, what now? Because it jumped lines and spotted and ran. Sorry, excuse me. We had pretty dire and frank talk. We heard that from all the officials with the Shelly fire. That people should watch the video about the community meeting. They're back to the drawing board and they don't know what they're going to do about it because they have so few options. It's so remote, steep, rugged terrain, hasn't burned in a long time, standing dead trees, not very good road access. Same old about why fires start pretty small, but they get huge because we can't get to them in time without road access. The Shelly fire, just like the lake fire, are the two biggest fires of concern right now, where they could just become huge monsters for California for the year 2024. So I don't know. We were trying to figure out where was the position of the Shelly last night. Where's it going? And the cameras turned away the moment we were trying to figure it out. We can look at hotspots and such, but they did issue new evacuation warnings, and the fire was running up and down slopes and towards the cam, which means towards the northeast, even though it wasn't wind driven that way. So it could be spreading out in many different directions. They said they'll have more community meetings, but they're doing very good with communication to the public, and I commend them for being so frank. But it was startling when, we were hoping at least for some good news. I like the way that they are, um, whatever that is. I like the fact that they're just telling the public like it is. Oh, thanks for the hitting like button. Thanks for being here. I know it takes a long time for people to come back and find us. Many people just won't. I feel terrible, but I had to abruptly end because YouTube doesn't save videos that go over 12 hours. And we went to 12 hours and 5 minutes. I lost track of time. I'm just too sleep deprived to be with it. And thanks, Jan, for your kind and continued support. And thanks, Rob, for the hugs we needed. So we were first, of course, very worried about the Shelly, and it really could become huge. And people said which communities could be affected. Um, what's the plan to get in front of it? Where do you think you could stop it? And they're like, we really don't know at this time. They have to do many different calculations. Um, they have to do many different calculations to try to find how fast that they think the fire can spread, like now and if wind really hits it. And then they have to do a calculation of where are the best places to put new dozer lines. That's what they'll need, whether they like it or not. And then calculate how fast can they complete the dozer lines. And if they can't complete them before the fire reaches them, then they have to go further back away from the fire, let more of the forest burn, and things are historical or sacred or whatever. They could probably protect individual buildings, some circumstances, but that's the nature of not having fire access roads. They have to go further and further away from where the fire actually is in order to build strong lines and just wait until the fire burns up the forest on the way to those lines. So we just see this time and time again. People think, oh, it's great to have no roads in the forest. No, it's not. That's the best way to incinerate the forest because it gives them no options. So they put fire last night after 9 p.m. They put new evacuation warnings, pretty expansive. Comments are, does this include Kidder Creek Camp and Etna? They said, unfortunately, yes, it does. But the Klamath National Forest reps, the local reps, the experts from Northops and all just give it to people straight that it's not looking good. This could grow, become large, and where it's spreading and how fast is up to the weather right now. It's not up to them. They will come up with a plan. They said we're doing that now. Yesterday's community meeting, it was really sobering. One guy just took the mic and said, "Look, I grew up in Plymouth County. There's towns that get erased, like in the area, like Paradise, Russianberry Creek, Greenville." He named Feather Falls. I think he meant Indian Falls, but it doesn't matter. He says he just started the conversation like that. It was that sobering and that, whoa, Fort Jones Cam, just as we were trying to figure out where the fire was because it was coming towards it, it was moving. The spot that breached the lines was going towards the northeast, but we couldn't figure out how far in the distance. The video, this is what it looked like last night after 9:30. He just one of the reps said that we're taking this seriously. That we know that wildfires can just erase towns and much of the forest. So we're from the get-go. It was full suppression. It wasn't like, oh, let's play around with this. No, it was pounce on it and get it done. I believe them. Because they hit it with aircraft, just slammed it and put smoke jumpers in there. And whatever the smoke jumpers did, it may have been completely irrelevant. Unfortunately, they parachuted in and hiked. But they basically, what smoke jumpers do and people that hike in, like hot shots, because they have no roads, they don't have water trucks, they don't have water. They're trying to control this fire with rakes and shovels. Not kidding. That's what a handline is. It's making a equivalent of a little trail by scraping away pine needles and sticks on the ground, hoping that when the fire hits it, it'll be calm and moving along the ground, and then perhaps it won't pass. Well, we saw the entire trees torching. It's a dead forest where they never got dead trees off the ground. Out of the area. They could at least cut them down a wood chipper or something. But what that does is it creates huge infernos with the heat becoming huge. Pyrocumulus clouds form, and when you have any dead tree that burns, it will eventually collapse and shatter and throw burning bits and pieces all over the landscape. it'll be picked up by the pyrocumulus clouds and dropped miles away. So they don't have a lot of options. They have nightmare scenario. Hey, Catherine, good morning. I'm going to try to get some sleep. I'm going to see if any of the mods might be willing to take shifts today while I sleep, but I doubt that can happen. So I'm just waiting to see who checks in. Jay Kerr says, yeah, they finally updated the map in 11 last night. Which map for which fire? Jay Cat says their radio comms on the fire are part simplex tactical channels. Guys, you got to tell me which fires, because I keep talking about many. Oh, you were talking about Lake. Sorry, I didn't scroll up. Yeah, there's almost no way to monitor the lake. Yeah, I've been awake covering fires almost every waking hour for days. I've even lost track. I'm running on 4 to 5 hours of sleep in the last 48 hours. So because we saw the cameras burn over and the fire making runs and maybe even burning up buildings on the lake fire last night. So we were still talking about it. People were saying good morning, and I had to restart the stream because it hit the 12th hour. But yeah, we were live 12 hours again. If I don't restart the stream, YouTube doesn't save the videos. So I'm waiting for a couple mods to come back, hopefully, see if any might be able to take shifts today, but I will go down hard. And when I sleep to catch up, just the nature of it is I could sleep for 14 to 20 hours. I will just let myself sleep for that long. I won't put an alarm because that's what it needs that's what my body needs to regenerate after I'm awake for like 4 days or almost no sleep. I won't have a lot of control. Even if I set an alarm, I won't be able to move. So this is catching up with me. I was hoping to sleep a huge amount of time yesterday. I woke up to use the bathroom after 5 hours of sleep. Saw the phone and saw that Placerville was on fire. So I was still extremely groggy and just put cold water in my face until I could see straight. I went live and ended up going live for 12 hours because once we saw the cameras marching towards the historical buildings during the lake fire and after this very sobering breach, this happened after 9:30, we were trying to figure out where this was going when somebody said the cameras are about to burn in the lake fire. So we switched over to the lake fire. Still couldn't find any information whatsoever. We now know that there's a Twitter for a public information officer for Santa Barbara County Fire. Okay. There's no link to that on their county information page. They finally got around to making an evacuation map, but they did extremely late evacuations of an area that was already on fire, where the camera was. And the issued level 3 go. So I was pumping with adrenaline. There was no way to sleep through that. So this is what's going on with the Shelly. I just want to do a roundup. It's really dire. They're from the back to the drawing board after the embers flew away from them and started this rampaging fire towards the camera. So we know that the rest of the fire back there went somewhere else. That spot fire hit a whole bunch of dead trees and started just marching towards the camera. But then, once the crisis stuff at the lake fire died down, we look back at the Shelly to still finish. Like, where is it going? Which communities are most at risk first? Give them as big a heads up as possible. You know, if you have days to prepare, that's way better than hours. And hours is way better than minutes, but there's constantly a huge delay with most evacuation warnings and issuings all throughout the state of California with all agencies. We speak about that a lot. It's not something we go into right now. But because the cameras all looked away from everything, the heat detection on the map was just a huge margin of error. I sort of gave up. Hopefully they will give sort of a meeting or something. They promised the community they would redo it. I also had to take some time, guys, to close about 40 tabs on my screen. We were dangerously near crashing. here's our, the orange means the heat detection within the last couple of hours. Gray means it's been somewhere between 6 and 12 hours, but it was impossible to kind of figure out exactly where the fire was. I think it's in this canyon, but since only one camera from Fort Jones far away was looking at it from up there, and it was all red at the time, we couldn't really figure out where the heat was, and it's not even looking at it right now, so whatever. Whatever this area is, it's coming towards the camera. They did say that where they thought it was 4 hours before that image. So the Kitty or Creek drainage in general. But it'll spread out in any and all directions. So which community is next impacted, or where does it go next? We're gonna have to figure that out after the next meeting. Hopefully they'll have one today. I have the links to their Facebook and all that because we watch the community Facebook. Community meetings for some reason just pretty much put on Facebook, and everybody's screwed if they don't have social media or can't attend them in person. That's why I rebroadcasted it. So if you want to go to last night's broadcast, I did a timestamp of when we did that. We watched a 22-minute long meeting, or if you don't have a Facebook account, there's that timestamp. Excuse me. Let's see. Shelly Fire community meeting was at the 4 hours and 21 minutes of last night's stream. If you want to go to my archive, which is always there by date, you go to my channel, hit the purple K, go to live, you'll see all the videos. Go back to 2020 fires, but they're in sequence, so it'll just be yesterday. So, or you can follow the Watch Duty link and then follow the link to Facebook, right? So who knows? It's really difficult to track here because the satellites are such a big margin of error. We'll do that when they make another comment. They'll probably have mapping planes and stuff. Go over it with a new perimeter map at least. They'll need that for their own things. I'll look and see if there's a battle map. Hey, Matt Castle, sleep is important. I know. If you don't get good sleep, you basically are guaranteed to get dementia. That's what I'm really concerned about. You know what the purpose of sleep is? We just found out biologically. For every cell in your body during the day, waste products build up. It's, mitochondria is a powerhouse of the cell. So the cell gets fuel delivered and then it burns it and there's a waste product. So what sleep is for is your brain cells have to be offline, at least some of them at a time. And during sleep, they're compressed and squeezed, and the waste is squeezed out of the brain cell, and new, clear, clean fluid is put in. I guess new fuel or whatever it is, right? But the waste product is cleared. If you get sleep deprived, it builds up, and then you go insane. Several days without sleep, and you start hallucinating and glitching. Thanks, Matt Castle, for your kind donation. I don't know if I even put the link up. I did. Okay. Please hit the like button so people might find us. I hope we could stay online today. I'm trying to see if more bots could go. Thanks, Matt. You guys are swell. I'm here like dying of anxiety, thinking, oh God, I have to be live today. Most people are understanding, but and I love you for it. It's just I went to sleep and I woke up and Greenville was gone, and that still is with me. Winding down and you never know what's going to happen. At least if my stream had been live, mods would have been able to at least help, in a way. But a lot of mods are super busy, man. You get quad hearts, and I could buy so many donuts with that. I had a craving for donuts last night. So I'm going to do a quick fire roundup as I wait for more mods to maybe show up or return. Many of them just pulled 17-hour shifts longer than I did because they were tracking the fires. They gave me a briefing as soon as I woke up. They said Placerville's on fire, and I had to go live too. So I was hoping we'd have some sort of an update on Placerville. It was great throughout the night. The heat detections, there were no new ones, but the cameras turned away. There's nothing to monitor with the radio. This was sobering. We watched the community meeting and just the dire news. It has the potential to be California's next really big fire, just like the lake probably is guaranteed to be. But here's the one good, solid silver lining and hopeful ray here for the Shelly fire in Siskiyou County. The smaller your community is, and if it's in a canyon or a small little pocket down at the bottom of mountains or hills, the smaller it is, the closer the buildings are like together. We're not talking about spaced out suburbia, that's impossible to defend. But if it's near a water source and all your buildings are pretty close together, like a, um, old school kind of little tiny town, the more likely it is to survive and be easily defended. They can wet down the buildings, prep places weeks, even days or weeks in advance, like cut down danger hazard trees, put up pumpkins, which are doughboy swimming pools, automatic watering systems, like super sprinklers that just wet down everything, prepare to make a stand and save your town. The smaller it is, the more likely it's going to happen, especially if it's down low in like a little canyon. Because what fires spread, how they do it when it's fast, like wind driven in the mountains, oftentimes it's mostly through the embers just floating through the air, and they'll pass right over the town, like the other mountaintop on fire, and just wetting the buildings and just whack-a-mole is pretty much all you need to do. But if they have to, the more spread out structures are, the more people have to call in, the more likely they might have to abandon structure protection if they, don't have safety in numbers. It's harder to set up an elaborate system, but they'll probably try. There's not that many homes and stuff out here in the Klamath National Forest in your Indian land. So what I think they might do is focus on structure protection, make an elaborate big plan to eventually stop the fire, but the fire will probably consume everything that it wants to as far as the forest goes. We just have to accept that we didn't catch it in time because there are no forest access roads, and you need real water trucks, and you need real equipment and real dozers, not just people parachuting in with rakes and shovels. Yeah, Jan Johanna Smith, the Placerville, you didn't know about the Placerville fire, the pay fire? That's what we were starting out with yesterday. It's called the pay fire. It started on Pay Dirt Lane, so we'll get you up to speed on that. Hopefully they'll do an update of some sort. But it started just southwest of the airport, at Pay Dirt Road and West Texas Hill Road or so, and ran straight up into the airport. Damaged or destroyed like 2 hangars. I think they were just damaged. They had a battle to save the airport, a huge air show there, and they caught it when it ran the hill the length of the airport on the south side of it, big plateau. I don't know how many structures are damaged or destroyed. I don't know. But then they stopped it towards Newtown Road. It's called Newtown. Very conveniently, they had a big pond where the helicopters were dipping out of. It was looking really, really messed up for quite a long time. Yeah, Jan Johanna Smith says Peter Lane is off of Cedar Ravine Road, my secret gold panning place. Well, let's check on it. Because that's about all I have to say about the Shelly fire. Is just dire. Oh, we had an update. 790 acres of Shelly fire from an infrared mapping flight at 2 a.m. this morning. Okay, I may be able to get that map. I'll look in a second. I was hoping we would just get a link to it or something. Yeah, the pay fire was stopped around 77.5 acres. You still have level 3 go, and remember the links to everything you need to know is in the description of this video. This is not the current map. This is yesterday around 3 in the afternoon. The plane mapped it, but it spotted well beyond this. There's some pretty incredible footage of and I'll show it to you. The airplane flipped into infrared mode, and you could see just embers just raining down. So it started somewhere in this neighborhood. Turn off. They're kind of pretty irrelevant, out of date. Lotus and Beer's hotspots. That satellite comes around like once a year, like once a day. So it expanded more towards this way, and I don't know exactly where they caught it. We don't have a lot of information. We were listening live to all the air attack. I had really good info from them, and they stayed as long as they could, all the way up till dark. And then they said, maybe you just leave because you're getting close to ground crews. They can't see them in the dark, and you could drop a swimming pool on somebody, you know. So some of the smoke at the end of the cameras that we saw was on purpose, where they were burning the grass on some hillsides and backyards to better fire protect. And they had helicopters watching and babysitting the whole time. Communities from all over, like El Camino and stuff, responded. Later, they got released and replaced by others for the night shift. So, people are still evacuated. They mapped the pay fire. Here, nope, wrong. That's Shelly. Pay. I think I closed the evacuation map here. I need people to understand. The most important thing to understand is, remember, it looked like Mariposa was almost a done deal. The little fire on the hillside north of the hospital at Mariposa, and a wind event picked up, blew one ember over the line, and all hell broke loose, and they almost lost the town. Placerville's a tinderbox of extremely thick brush, and I've seen it, you know, and the nightmare of up and down hills and dead end roads that don't connect, making it hard for firefighters to respond quickly with ground units. That's why everywhere in yellow should be on pretty dang high alert for the possibility of embers getting over from some wind gust. Do not think that containment percentage is like your being safe percentage. It's 100% containment is your safe. Like even the people in Orville still need to look out, not 100% contained. Definitely not out. Had 5% containment last night around 10 o'clock. But because there's still hot places, all it takes is wind to just blow something over the line. So be vigilant, report smoke, report anybody being stupid with fire, of course. But understand you still have to be ready to go at a moment's notice. And I'm glad I told Mariposa that. Be ready to go. If the fire spot's over, even though it looks like it's a done deal, they don't have retardant over everything, and the wind is still blowing towards your town. So I said everybody in Mariposa should be ready to go. We gave them like 4.5 hours advance notice, maybe 4, at least 3. Because when the authorities, when all hell broke loose and one ember or two or whatever spotted over Highway 140, all of a sudden the authorities would level 3 evacuations go now to those areas. And many places didn't get any kind of warning. It was just, okay, hospitals shelter in place, you know, tourist hotels shelter in place, And then they went door to door and sometimes even dragged people out as their backyards were on fire. And that was after the fire looked really good. And they were like, oh, splendid, you know, and proud of their own work. I mean, Air Attack did an awesome job with the fire. It's just psst, bad luck. In this heat situation, the probability of any spark or ember hitting dry vegetation is nearly 100% chance to ignite it. So that's it doesn't take wind, it takes just dryness. So it'll take a while, even if they have no hot spots in these evacuated neighborhoods, to make them safe. With the damage to everything from power poles to trees to whatever. So some of it is probably just nice and cool now. Some of these last remaining spots of mandatory evacuation. Um, but be vigilant and understand that there's still a lot of risk. So hopefully they'll give us some sort of meeting. But it was crazy the time lapses and stuff. Just you could go to the last yesterday's stream. I can't function any longer. Um, um, Running on empty 22 says hand crews are up from Rancho Cordova on their way to the Placerville to help rehab. That's good. Oh, hey, RJ Walters, welcome back. Already 80 plus degrees at 8 a.m. Yeah, yep, we're in a heat dome. We're in a heat dome. Man, thank you. Thank you so much for your kind donations, guys. Remember to hit the like button. Hopefully, if we can keep the stream going, that'll help people find us. At least they can find the summary that I'm giving about the chaos of last night. Yeah, Yuba County. Yeah. Um, so I expect, because we're still under this insane heat dome, um, a dome means giant high pressure system. You'll see an H with a circle around it. Um, it's a shield. So when like the Pacific Ocean is always trying to deliver moisture to the western states. It's like, here you go, Oregon, Washington, California, here's some moisture. If there is a big shield, a big high pressure, it bounces off. That's what happens with high pressure. A heat dome is extreme high pressure, and there's a lot of factors, blah, blah, blah. But it means all the moisture bounces off. And then you get adjacent places, usually torrential flooding, because all the moisture goes to one spot, bouncing off the heat dome. So it's kind of what's going on in the Mississippi area, which I haven't even been able to even cover. I mean, that's not really my forte, but good taste more wildlife readings. I'm trying to figure out if we could stay live today or if I should do a morning roundup and then pass out. Um, so this is the roundup. So once again, let me show you the amazing fire footage. This is the plane yesterday that went over Placerville, and my God, it almost ate the airport. Remember, all the red splashes is retardant, and they had a lot of good plane action to protect the airport, but then the planes were quickly released because they could collapse, the skylights of homes if they put retardant on homes. They're pretty serious, and it could hurt ground crews who made it quickly into the neighborhoods. So then it was precision drop work with helicopters. And they did an oopsie. Air attack goes, hey, I see flames over there. Go splash it. Helicopter guy goes, okay. And he goes, oh man, I'm sorry. They wanted that to burn. They just lit the grassy field on fire to help protect the homes. And like, whoops. So they went elsewhere. And by this time, remember the fire is still in progress at this time. North, basically looking north. That gives you an orientation. Um, the airport is up on a high, flat plateau, so it just raced up it. Started some neighborhood and raced up it. I don't know what could have caused it. I have no idea. But I hear it damaged or took out at least two airplane hangars up there. and they put a legion of firefighters to protect the airport. It was pretty touch and go. It was messed up. I've been to this airport, and my assessment was this would be so hard to defend. They're surrounded by thick trees and hillsides when it should have fire breaks on the hillside, I mean strips of green, constantly watered lawn. That would be a good start. But okay, so it's a nightmare in this particular area to fight it. Placerville is going to be very hard to defend if subsequent fires occur, but hopefully they'll get a wake up call by this and maybe get a new plan for the city. Um, anyway, this would be a great way to learn the lesson because this could have been way worse, like way worse. So the precision bucket drops really helped save homes, and we watched them come in and out. And they started landing at the airport, and they're like, "I need to use the bathroom. Be right back." That was pretty fun. But here's the mapping plane. Remember, the fire was still going. So here is the incredible video from Fierce or Fire Eyes, taken what time? What's the timestamp? Sorry, I have to resize the window. Okay, actually, it's fine. So I'm just going to talk about it, then I'll replay it with the commentary from the actual pilot. So all the red on the trees are not dead, it's retardant. Oh, some of the houses are pink, but pink is a new black. Everybody likes a pink house in fire season. Switches into infrared, and you can see the. Hey, pause. Sorry, don't unmute. Pause. These are probably the hangars that got damaged and or wrecked. It's just like renting a garage for your airplane, generally, or a place to build them or shop. So he switches to infrared. It's pretty low technology, crappy infrared, honestly. It's not the fancy flare, but it's better than nothing. So what is amazing is he shows the embers just floating invisibly in the wind, invisible to the naked eye. And down there's a drop by the helicopter. Sorry, I have to get my little a text out of the way. Where is that? Sorry, excuse me. Okay, back to it. Okay. There's a little helicopter at the bottom of the screen. Is it not? Hang on. Fit screen. There we go. Okay. At the bottom of the screen down here is a little helicopter. Let's watch this section of the screen. Bottom left right here, you'll see the helicopter go by, but it's in infrared. Rewinding it. It's better than nothing, but really it's not high tech. So this was after they had already done a lot of work. It was looking way better. The cans are showing like thick black smoke. They tried to eat the airport. They flip into infrared, and you can see the heat invisible to the naked eye. And he zooms in a couple of places. I wish all the fires are covered like this. I wish we could see out the pilot's view all the time. People would have a lot less anxiety about whether or not their homes are still standing and the like, and whether or not they're trying to save them. I know it would cause some anxiety, like, why isn't nobody there? But when people have information, at least the imagination is not at work, and the imagination is worse than just seeing bad news, actually. But nevertheless, this is what we have. So you can see that the ground is still hot because the grass just burned off. This black area is where grass was incinerated really quickly and where the fire moved so quick. And when he flips an infrared, you can tell that it's still hot. And we're still looking north. He's going to kind of pan towards the northeast. The runway is kind of northeast to southwest. I'll look back at chat in a minute. But look at that. Look at the embers just start raining. Can't see them. Like here it is what the human eye sees. See so the open flame at the time. This was what time? I know there's a clock somewhere here. On his crazy, yeah, 1540 was at 340. It was something was already happening when I woke up, so I tried my best to be here really fast, but it broke out while I was sleeping. Look at all the embers, and this was doing spotting, and so it was whack-a-mole, and it was heading to the northeast, floating in the wind. Remember, it's embers that cause most home loss. The best way to protect your home: get fireproof vents in the attic, soffit and gable vents. And while they're on order, go to the hardware store. God, sorry, this makes me sick too. Go to the hardware store and get fine metal mesh, staple gun the suckers or whatever you have to do. Go in your attic, turn off the lights. If wherever you can see daylight, you need to put the barrier of the very fine metal mesh. If you could put a toothpick through it, it's not fine enough. Embers by the thousands float up into the attics, and most homes are lit from the inside of the attic through those vents. Pay special attention to your laundry vent. Get the dryer lint out of there. And do whatever you have to do to seal it up while you're evacuated, right? Yeah, of course you have to deal with it, but I think laundry vents were they have just like a bird barrier or even a plastic thing that can melt off. That's going to be one of the secret ways that fire fights it inside of homes. So that's my new message to the people. They're already preaching that for home building code and stuff, the attic vent stuff, but I've noticed the laundry vent is a great way for a fire to intrude into your home because dryer lint is some of the most flammable stuff on earth. It will accumulate in there. Just watch some dryer vent cleaning videos on YouTube and holy crap. If you can't remember the last time it's ever been cleaned, it needs a cleaning right now. I had mine done last week. It's well worth it. It's astounding the amount of lint that comes out. So I'm trying to give pauses. He swings the camera around wildly. We never do see the fire kind of went all the way towards Newtown Road as far as I could tell. That was where the last heat was, and that's where the last open flame was, as the last aircraft left at 9 p.m. But they stayed right up until they timed out to be ready to hit it the next day. One of the pilots requested, "Can I just land at Placerville and chill here? Take off again from Placerville?" So he was getting special permission to do that. It was pretty funny. They went over by the bathrooms, and then he took off again. Hey, good morning, Jay. Yeah, that's incredible. So at K Wildfires, I shared this. It's my Twitter. Oh, I forgot to tweet I was live. Who cares anymore? At this point, like I'm so tired. I don't even care. Like if I was swimming around in a swamp and they said alligators are behind you, it's like I don't care. You know, it's like I'll slowly paddle to shore. I can't. I'm too tired. You know what I mean? Like I'm that level tired. Dryer vent lines. Yeah. Matt Castle says, "Oh my God, I changed out my girlfriend's line. It was like 10 feet and almost choked off. Yes, check your dryer vent lines for instruction. You actually need a cleaning all the way from the laundry room to the tube to where it exits. Sometimes that's to the roof. Oh God, that's a good way to light your house on fire. Is building code needs to change. They can't vent laundry lint to the roof. That's exactly where embers would go. Most of them are to the side of the house, and if you have vegetation near it, then they can just go in the tube. But I've identified that most dryers in the entire United States have a design flaw. We need to write Congress, like flood our Congress people to make a law that bans that design flaw. No matter how much you check the lint trap and diligently clean it out, because the lint trap area is not sealed, there is lint building up on the inside of your dryer, on top of the bare heating element coils and the wires. Laundry fires are one of the #1 causes of structure fires in the United States, and I'm beginning to see why. It's not from neglect, it's design flaw of all dryers. So eventually, after enough builds up inside the dryer itself, it begins to go in the tube, it builds up in the tube, and then it goes into the wall tube. I'm not talking about the little thing that clips on the back of your laundry. I'm talking about the tube going through your wall or going up into your attic and venting out the roof. You need to get a professional to clean that out, and you will be astounded at the snakes of and ropes of lint that comes out. That's enough to make a blast furnace out of the tube of your house. It would be like a blowtorch fire if even one ember from a wildfire got in there. So we will have to push for change. I found this out because Germans said that we don't have this problem. Making comments on the laundry lint cleaning videos, so like, this doesn't exist in Germany. We don't allow that. Like, the lint can't build up in our laundry. Wow. Now, the telltale sign that there's an issue, you don't need a new dryer. If it takes more than one cycle for your clothes to dry, it just goes on and on and on, even at high heat. The clothes don't dry, yet you touch your dryer and it's hot to the touch. You have an emergency. The way that a dryer works, I'll just put this in a loop actually for a minute. Sorry, I'll resize the windows in a minute. The way a dryer works is that heat generally is applied, right? And the moist hot air has to go somewhere. It, remember, moisture doesn't disappear, it goes into the air when it evaporates. So you have to vent the moist air that has to leave your house. So it goes through the tube. And if it's clogged up with all the lint or any other obstruction, rat nest, whatever, bird nest, whatever, it can't go anywhere. So the air gets hotter and hotter but stays wet inside of the dryer. And the dryer is getting ready to overheat and self-combust from the trapped hot air inside of it, where there's a guaranteed buildup of the lint. So you don't have a bad unit or, oh, I hate Samsungs, or oh, I hate Maytags. You have a clog in the tube and an emergency that you need to clean. You don't need to spend $1,000 on a new fancy washer and dryer. In fact, the older ones are even more efficient than the new ones. That's right. The ones that don't say Energy Star are more efficient than the ones that did. They just, it's because they're not on for very long. The new ones do, oh, let's do lower heat, but run forever. That's like the way that they say it's energy efficient, but it's fake. Like, I realize the Energy Star type stuff, it just means fake. Like, today's dishwashers run for hours. And it was supposed to be like cut down on water usage, right? When electricity was still cheap. Now people have insane power bills because they bought the energy efficient appliances or water conserving appliances, but they run a lot longer than the old ones used to. So go figure. If you have a really old unit, do whatever it takes to repair and keep it. But for God's sake, clean it. Clean the vents. If you don't know when that's been done, if it's longer than 5 years, or if you don't know it's been done, you will probably save your house. Because eventually enough lint will accumulate inside the dryer, and you have to take the dryer apart. It's really pretty easy. Just get the manual There's little panels you're supposed to be able to take off and just vacuum in there. Of course, if you're a renter, you get maintenance, of course. But a professional lint cleaner, which they're out there, will do the whole job for you. So anyway, that's the roundup of Placerville's pay fire. We could look at the 12-hour time lapse. It's not going to show the ferocity. I'm out to hurt because it's beyond 12 hours. This is like as it was kind of wrapping up towards nightfall. Yeah, I could show the 24-hour time lapse. Excuse me. We're just waiting for updates and information. Let me know if it comes down the pipe. At some point, I just have to go to sleep. Um, and Sea Probe's offering to cook for me. Awesome. Awesome. I can get a real home cooked breakfast. Jay Cat says, oh my god, last week a coin operated laundry here in town had a huge commercial washer blow up. The bearing let go, the machine blew apart and caught fire. Oh my god. Yeah, I bet the lint was just ready to go. RJ Walter says wildfire safety and safety is the topic. Yeah. Let me go back to chat. Michelle Richardson said, and welcome guys. Literally just had this happen to us about a month ago. Sorry, I have to resize the window. Let me know when I forget. When things are full screen, I have to totally resize the windows, reposition them. I totally forget. I'm on low sleep. Michelle Richardson literally just had this happen to us about a month ago. Our dryer stopped drying the clothes. Called the apartment manager. They took the dryer out. Still not gotten us a new one. Yeah. You know what? I've seen that. They don't understand they needed to vacuum the lint down. That was it. I was at an apartment complex a while ago, and I kept seeing them by the dumpsters. And here I was, one of my first YouTube channels. I wanted to make it about metal recycling to be green. If you're not recycling metal, you're not green. So you're putting paper in the recycle bin. That's cute and everything, but metal is the thing you got to do to save the planet. And it was about how you can make money and fun and profit too. And sometimes just do really simple repairs. People, like one time I found a vacuum cleaner. It was full. All you had to do was empty the canister and it worked fine again. You, you can't explain to people. Um, and you can resell or give it away to Goodwill or something like that. I give it away to a disabled lady. It was great. Um, Reuse means a new thing doesn't have to be created, so it's the greenest thing ever. So, sorry, where's the super cam view? We'll do a 24-hour time lapse. I keep forgetting the proper link. Excuse me, cams. This version of the Wildfire cams, because for Alert West. Okay, close that. Sorry, I'm like running out of tabs here. We duplicate that and drag it over to my Placerville tab group. I know all about this area. I'm very concerned about it. I was going to show you guys some of the footage where we filmed the Caldor taking off from this airport. Pro rented a plane, and we flew all over the Tahoe area. So we did a lot of takeoffs. It would be like behind the scenes extra footage for you guys. I didn't have time to do it yesterday. You gotta mount. Dan her Denair. How do you say that? I don't even know. We enlarged this window, 24-hour time lapse. Watch this crazy. It was all fine and dandy yesterday until all hell broke loose. And if you want to see a lot of the real-time coverage, of course, I started out my stream with it just hit the ground running. It was already in progress. But as you can see, it was quite a situation. And they did lose hangers off camera down to the left side of the screen, I believe. I can't tell exactly where. and it roared right up the side. Mount Danaher looks festively. Yeah. So they had a legion of fire trucks and every personnel trying to keep it from going up that side. When it outflanks them and goes around the other side because there's thick vegetation right next to the airport with no fire breaks. Even when I was there, I was like, oh my God, this would be a nightmare to defend. What are they thinking? Did Calder not teach lessons? But maybe there was just no money. A normal bureaucratic red tape nightmare. Land use issues. Blah, 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 blah. Everything that prevents us from being safe. The slowness of the general slowness of how everything seems to work. There needs to be like a fire czar who has sweeping powers that, if there is a disaster waiting to happen, can cut that red tape and order remedy. Everything that's within reason should just be done immediately. Oftentimes, all agencies even agree something needs to be done, but there's some stupid law, a protocol, a procedure, a threshold, a meeting that has to happen, an approval, a letter, you know, it works at the speed of snail. But we're in a new climate. We can't act like we did in the past. We gotta adapt to overcome. So if they can do that for terror and stuff, they can do it for here. See, Prob is here. Excuse me. Oh God, my body hurts. Hey, you're on the air. How are you? Say hi.
Good morning, all.
Hey,
Stay cool.
That's cute. All right, what do we got? Have you come for the bacon?
What?
Have you come for the bacon? A bagel? Yeah, that would be great. Let's do bacon and bagel. Yeah, full one. Butter's in the, you know where it is. Yeah, the bacon's in there. Let's. How many slices we got left? You know how to make a decaf? Here.
Like I got 2 or 3.
Let's do them all. I'll have a little cup of maple syrup, please.
What?
Little cup of maple syrup, please.
You have purple stuff?
Of course I have maple syrup. You bought it. You don't remember that?
I think I remember what I bought from
Yes. I remember everything that I do. Why don't you remember what you do? Oh, that's right. You're a guy. That's right. You're a guy. I forgot. You're handicapped. My bad. All right. It's a wonder how do men actually get educations and pass things? They don't remember what they do from one moment to the next, but they remember stuff like math formulas. He's grinning at me right now.
It's very simple. We have room for only so many penguins. It's very simple. We have room for only so many penguins on the iceberg, and we're very selective as to which ones stay.
Oh, shots fired! Shots fired! So, like when you forget to do the chores, that's what's occurring, right? He is wisely not making a comment, just a grin there. Oh, but we appreciate you. Thank you for keeping me fed here. Oh, can you also empty the dishwasher?
Would you like fries with that?
Yeah, could you make me fries too?
No.
And that plate's dirty.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah. I'm like, well, yeah, it could stand to be clean here. Just saying.
Am I wearing my butler uniform?
No, you're wearing rags as usual, but the heat that's understandable. But you really should clean that hat. Hey, this shirt's moth-eaten. Well, if you're about to do chores, that's fine.
Are you done with your compliments?
Yeah. What?
Are you done throwing all your compliments at me?
Well, your shoes are nice. They're quite okay. You're wearing socks with sandals. Never mind. I like your Tevas though. All right, I'm getting out away from the kitchen noise. Yeah. Do you know how to make the decaf?
What?
Do you know how to make decaf? Yeah.
No.
No? Okay. Well, let me know when you're done clanging with the dishes and I'll instruct you, okay? Man, you used to use it all the time. It's my super ninja cappuccino slash pot of coffee maker slash iced coffee maker. Gotta think of it, I never actually made iced coffee. Yeah, put it on the tray, please.
What?
The food on the tray. Which means you'll have to clean the dirty plate that's on it already. Or at least move it aside.
You breakfast, not to come in and.
Does it look like I have time to empty my own dishwasher? I'm hard at work here for the people. Look, if you're not going to financially donate, you can do it another way. You haven't even modded very well in a long time. You just
because
sort of
you have me too busy cooking and cleaning.
Okay, yeah, see? So why are you whining again? We appreciate you, of course, Deep Pro. Oh, can you put the bowl in there, the mixing bowl?
What?
Can you put the mixing bowl upside down in the dishwasher?
Put it where?
In the dishwasher, upside down. Lower rack. Not the top, it won't fit. There you go. That's perfect.
All right.
The mixer thing. I don't know what it's called. The KitchenAid spatula
This.
mixer thing. Yeah, that goes top rack. Thank you.
Where is your also?
Awesome.
Oh, you have two different bagels?
Those are old. That's the point. But I'm letting them thaw out first.
What?
They were in the freezer. I'm letting them thaw out first, otherwise they're not going to go in the disposal very well. Now, will they? Where are you going?
Make your breakfast.
Make it here. You make it in the microwave.
And how am I going to make you eggs?
You're going to make eggs?
I thought that's what you wanted. You said same as yesterday.
Oh. You don't have to make me eggs.
Then
You
what do you
little
want?
cute thing.
Then what do you want?
That's very nice of you.
All right, what's your order?
Okay, same as yesterday.
I'm wait staff and short order cook. What's your order?
Same as yesterday, but you don't have to make eggs. That heats up the house. That's pretty nice of you to think about
so
that.
You want bacon and bagel?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't have melon.
Look, no wonder you were so upset. I wasn't requiring you to cook. That was a joke. Put the bacon in the microwave as usual, and the raisin bagel, just cut it in half. And then you put as much butter as you possibly could fit on it, and then you put it in the microwave for about 20 seconds. You already got the maple syrup in the cup covered. That's good. But I need to take a picture of this bacon. Where did we get this? This is incredible. It's Hormel? I would have thought it was deluxe. Natural uncured bacon, original Hormel. This is amazing.
Because, well, if I'm lucky, there's exactly one kind of uncured bacon, and sometimes if I'm unlucky, there are none. So.
Where did you get it? There's only 2 slices. Oh. We need this. Let's put that on the list. Who would have thought in a blind taste test I would not have guessed Hormel? Okay, do you know how to make the coffee?
No.
Okay, I'll instruct you. Oh, my mom is calling. Shoot. Hang on, friend. I gotta answer the phone. I'm sorry. I'm situated here with the breakfast, and hopefully more mods will show up, and then maybe we can go live for real. Otherwise, we have to end. I don't know. Hang on, friend. Okay, Mom. Do you want to say hi to the people? Hang on.
Mom.
What?
I said, hi, people. This is Kate's mom.
She's lovely. She and take care of me.
Yes, I do. You know, that's how mom's jobs are never done. I just want to tell everybody, stay cool today. Just stay cool. Stay listening to the stream or whatever you do, but just stay in and stay cool.
That's very good mom advice.
That's what I do.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You stay cool too, Mom. Okay. Bye bye.
I will. Bye bye.
Love you.
Love you.
Okay, sorry. I have to eat. I've been live almost, I don't know how long, every waking hour for almost 48 hours. So, yeah, she's watching the stream, so she'll see all you guys saying hi. That's really cute. So I thought I was going over to see Probst for breakfast, but he came here to make it for me. He's so wonderful. I give him all kinds of crap. I figured you guys would want to hear that conversation rather than me tell you about it. It could be hilarious. So what we're waiting for is, are we going to have enough mods to possibly hold the fort today? Or do I have to go offline to just crash and sleep because it's been crazy? We're doing a fire roundup. See, Probst fixing just a basic bagel and bacon, cinnamon raisin bagel and bacon breakfast, but I have to instruct him on how to give me some coffee. So the Shelly fire is looking dire. We have to figure out what's going on. It made runs last night. It exploded. The cameras burned over last night down at the lake fire. It was something we couldn't really look away from. They perished at 2 in the morning. 2:42 in the morning. This was our last images. But I think they're fine. I think they just lost power. This building was very defensible, good defensible space. Unfortunately, I think we may have lost historical buildings in the background. Now, you may have seen an exploding gasoline tank launch itself into the air. We were going over that earlier. It's quite an intense night. So there was no way to sleep. It was just like when you see this happening, how will you sleep? There's all kinds of historical farm and whatever buildings in the distance. I don't know if they made it. I really don't know. And somewhere down there, it seemed like a gasoline tank just launched into the air and exploded. That's what Smitty's theory was. Smitty pulled a 17-hour shift, and Angela announced it too. But see, now there's the buildings and our farms or whatever in the back. And now remember, the light is exaggerated. The fires weren't that bad. They were mostly just grass fire. But then we saw deer and animals running, actually calmly walking away from the flames, which means they'll probably make it. So it turns out I'm human after all. Maybe I'm just a very good actor. Have you ever thought about maybe? No, the coffee needs to be ready before the food. Coffee takes longer. Crap. Okay, I gotta get the coffee. Let's get the coffee. Okay, fine, I'll take it. Here. But I need the coffee too. Okay. Excuse me, friends. Be right back. Okay, take coffee cup. Put the half and half in it. Oh, I gotta smell it. It might be bad. I have to smell the half and half. And we're gonna do froth milk here. I'm gonna educate you. All right, it's still good. All right, here's how you do it. Here's like coffee cup. Fill 1/4 or 1/5 at the bottom. Are you paying attention? What? You do a step first. So you take the half and half and you fill up the 1/5 or 1/4 of the way, something like that. Doesn't matter. Then you put it in the microwave for 43 seconds. 45, doesn't matter. Okay? It has to be warmed because if it's cold, the coffee gets cold because it's cold milk, right? So you go, like 45 seconds, right? So then you know how to put the coffee in there. Decaf. Decaf, or I'm going to go insane.
No decaf.
Yeah, decaf's in the pantry. Where the coffee goes, there you go. Okay, the scooper spoon is here. See where the forks are? Scooper spoon is here with the forks go.
Scoop.
2 somewhat medium size or small ones. There you go. Perfect. Screeching microwave, shut up. Okay, that's a little hot. Sorry, friends. I have to do it or I'm just going to completely just pass out. Alright, so you flip this down. See, cup mode. Turn on.
Have a froth it?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Hit the button.
That's it.
Yep, push. Perfect. Okay, then you let go. Twist it. Rinse it off. Put the lake cup there. Sorry about the kitchen noise. Be right back. Just go here or something.
Got it drained.
Yeah. So you put specialty mode. That means espresso. Press that start. Yeah, the button with the light. There you go. And when it stops screeching, it's done.
Okay.
I don't know why the Ninja makes a high-pitched whining sound, but aw, you made breakfast for me before yourself. Oh my God, your selfless dedication.
You
is so
embarrassed me on
appreciated.
stream.
I did not embarrass you. You were laughing the whole time. You're funny. All right, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Wait, say goodbye to the people.
Bye for now, folks.
How cute. All right, see you later. Thank you. Bye bye. Oh, he's so adorable. Okay, and so is my mom. They basically saved my life when my kidneys were failing. I don't even remember many months of 2023. They were like picking me up off my bed, and they're like, "Come on, time to bathe. We'll do your sheets." all I really remember about 2023, at least the first half of it, with the kidney problems was A, the really painful exploratory surgery, and B, watching all the Sopranos in bed and hating the ending. That was ridiculous. Hey, oh, we didn't put water in it. Okay, that could be why it's not making coffee. I knew I missed a step. Okay, Chris. If you're wondering where I'm wasting time, yes, I am. For a reason. I'm trying to see if enough mods will wake up, and if they could take shifts, take over while I sleep, at least they could give links in the chat to any new situations that break out and answer questions. Because it's that heat wave. I'm very nervous about just ending the stream, and then I could be asleep a long time because of the extreme sleep deprivation I'm now experiencing. So, I'm going to eat a good hearty breakfast here. Thanks to Sleep Probe. Be right back. And we'll see if enough mods have shown up, if they are cool with this, or what they want to do. Okay. Alright, fixing the rest of the coffee here. Be right back. Ah, I've got just a few options. I could always let chat roll if we get, say, an air attack thing. If nobody wants to do mod duty, I could turn chat off. I think mid-broadcast, I'm not sure. So nobody has to police those who might show up and get out of line. I'd hate to do that, but perhaps that's better than nothing. Or mods could take shifts. But the thing is, if I sleep for a really long time, who knows how long they'd have to take shifts. Like, that's a lot to ask people. Of course, end it and then just resume when I wake up. But that gives me anxiety because we're still in the kind of heat conditions where any new fire can be a major town threat. And I mean that any little lawnmower fire could be a major town threat. So I'm dilemmatized. So I'll just let everybody else decide. What do you want? At some point, I will crash and crash hard. Okay. Oh, it's very good decaf coffee. Okay. Back friends. Okay, I'm waiting for mods to see who's arrived. I need a fork. Excuse me. You know you're a streamer if you eat a bagel with a fork and a knife and pizza. You just can't get melted butter in your hands. That doesn't work. Okay. Oh, nope, Beaver, I did not sleep. So I keep having to repeat myself as people come and go, but I don't know what to do. If we get enough mods, they volunteer. You guys could take shifts, for example. But people are really, you know, busy, and people have been the mods have been busy and probably need as much as a break as I do. It just depends on who shows up and who might want to do it. Oh, Chris, you're saying you could take a morning shift. J Cat says I can stay all day. I left my phone at work and I'm too lazy to reach over and turn on some radio. Okay. Okay. Do we have any updates, official updates or anything happening yet? Yeah, it's still not updated because the cameras burned up. At least where they're stationed last night. I expect all of this to be in the red. We're speculating on new acreage on the lake. Could be well over 20,000 now. 20,000-ish. We really rampaged last night. But Electric Beaver says I've been moving and setting up camp today. I'll be busy too. That's okay. Don't feel pressure, guys. Yeah, it's all volunteer and as you wish, you know. So, but thanks for saying hi to my mom and C-Probe. We give each other crap all the time. Yesterday I told C-Probe some very important news. I was looking outside and I was like, well, you know, this is really concerning. It's the weather in our local area is blah 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 concerning, and I've just been watching this, and that's concerning. And I realized he wasn't really responding, so I looked over. He had made me breakfast yesterday. He's absolutely ignoring me and fiddling around with ear pods on his iPhone. I said, did you just hear anything I just said. Doesn't even look at me. He goes, nope. Continues fiddling with his iPods. I said, well, what? Why? He goes, it's because I'm busy. So, when I'm focused on something, I'm focused on something. And I've learned over time a good skill, and that's how to tune out background noise. Oh, burn. But he was messing with me. So we mess with each other. Um, yeah, J-Cat, thanks. Smitty, I don't know if he's able to take A shift or Desi when, I don't know if they are out today. But Smitty worked 17 hours yesterday. Angela Round's very similar. And they had good reports for me and kept me up to speed and told me as soon as I woke up, I only got 5 hours of sleep, 4.5 really. I was just going to use the bathroom and I made the mistake of looking at my phone and saw Placerville was on fire. So I went, oh my God. And then it just never ended. It went full 12 hours because of the crazy runs of and the dire situation of Siskiyou County, the Shelly fire, a really sobering and hard hitting community meeting where they just laid it out like we don't know what to do right now. We have to make a plan. We have to make a new plan. It's going to be major and it does threaten your towns. Yikes. So we were trying to figure out where the next towns, like where was the fire exactly. We only had one camp and it looked away from it, but it ran towards camps. Jumped their lines, new plan of action. So I did this roundup earlier before, but this is why I didn't sleep. Then somebody said, look, the lake fires rampaging. So we watched the camera burn over, and it died at 2:42 a.m. Some of the last images, wrong one. This was the deer that were fleeing. We may have seen the detonation of a farm style gas tank, like where they fuel farm tractors, that may have launched itself in the air. It sprayed gasoline all over something. I don't know, but there used to be a windmill in the shot, and then after that, there wasn't a windmill anymore in the shot. So it was may have blown it up. I'm really unsure. Um, I don't know if these buildings survived, and I don't know if the propane tank over here vented or detonated or what happened. But I was how was I supposed to go to sleep when this was happening? The riveting television that happens at night. Uh, it's all my last broadcast, and I had to stop at 12-hour mark as soon as people were waking up an hour ago. Sorry, and I said I have to restart the stream. And I said we'll see if anybody can take shifts today. Oh man, yeah, Kathleen. Yeah. Is it going to be like 117 again? Some places. Um, like what we would have to do. Thank you both for volunteering. It's very nice of you. Really awesome. Yeah, the cameras are dead. I forgot. Oh, I may have destroyed the ability to do a time lapse at all. Well, I have my own images. I guess the 12-hour one works for some reason. Caution flashing lights. You know, I tried my best to go to sleep. When you see this, what are you supposed to do? And could you look away from that as flames get closer and closer to historical buildings that may not be burning up, closer and closer to propane tanks and the like? And it was just rampaging, just spreading really fast throughout the mountaintops. Thank God it didn't blow it down to the valley. It just went in a southeast pattern. It just stayed up there in the hills. So as I eat here, we'll see if more mods can show up. Man, Kathleen, stories. See, there's that windmill. And something, we saw something like a red storage tank of some sort. Red is usually gasoline. And there's a bright flash of light, and it was airborne. And then there's no longer a windmill down there, or whatever that is. I was showing the different frames earlier. And I was like, is that a nighttime helicopter drop? The helicopter looks too small. Why is it red? And Spinny's like, gasoline tanks are red, and it's probably spilling gasoline and being launched into the air as it explodes. And I'm like, oh, or that. Jay Cat says what's scary is the lake fire looks to be making a run southeast, but Veer's imagery is showing new heat on the north side. Oh yeah, it's spreading all over the place. Some people are predicting it'll just do exactly like the Zaka fire did in 2007. It started at the same exact place, pretty much, on the same exact day, the 4th of July, but 2007. And the same reasons then are going to be the same reason now, the same result. Conditions are the same, expect the same result. The geography is not going to change. It'll always be one of the most challenging places to fight fire ever. The worst places in California, which is one of the worst places in the world. So we have to adapt to it and prepare for it to do this, or we'll just repeat until we smarten up. We need to make fire breaks that cross the T across the ridge line, pretty serious ones, and maintain them. It's too late to build the city walls after the Huns are here. Or this will continue to be an apocalyptic, animals and the environment suffers and everybody suffers. Gigantic fire to fight. Wasn't the Zaka, didn't it cost like $117 million to fight? We almost lost helicopter crew that crashed in 2007. I think I was reading that in the wiki. So it's time to get smart. Just grid a little bit with fire breaks. So there's strips of grass in a line, like crossing the T, like almost north and south. It's mountain range here. So when it tries to run past, they can light the grass on fire in front of it and it will stop because it won't have anything to burn at that spot. I'll give them all kinds of options, like naturally putting fire in the landscape during the spring wet seasons and fall to reduce the fire load and no risk of it really getting out of control because they're right there. Be proactive instead of reactive. It's natural for the fires to burn, but they're not supposed to be this intense. A lot of it's as we had a biologist come in and explain stuff. Helen came back. I haven't seen her for a bit, but she explained that most of California's grasses promoted the natural ones, native ones promoted pretty low-key fires and fertilized land. But it's new invasive species that just go hog wild. Most of these grasses you see in California are invasive species. It's not natural to be this intense. It harms the ecosystem because they don't belong here. It's not very good food for the critters. and they're killing native plants. I mean, there's a lot of extinction of native plants, so we could start re-grooming the landscape bit by bit, area by area. Like this could have been a detonation of a gas tank. We're not sure. Some of the bright hotspots were weird. We don't have all the frames. I saved them earlier, but some of it was pretty weird. Could have been flames racing up the telephone pole and burning an insulation off wires. Or power pole. A transformer explosion might explain that. I don't know if there is a transformer, if that is a power line, but that could explain that part. Hmm. Didn't just thought that thought just occurred to me. So there's a lot of things we could do about this, but if we continue to do nothing, we're going to expect the same result, and we could have another 240,000 acre fire, just like in 2007, in exactly the same place. Look who's out. If we had good channel for air attack, that'd be good. I could just leave this on in one of the compelling, crazy cameras for the lake fire. One of the last images before the camera burn over, rest in peace. This is camera burnover that survived the other day. There's a lot of smoke during the day. It may not actually be that compelling now I think about it. I should turn them on infrared even though it's daytime. Los Alamos 1 is looking in the wrong direction. We had good Inez Peak images. It zoomed in too much for us to track where the fire went, but this is the last 12 hours from the south coast looking very far to the north. You can see with the smoke direction and well where the fire is going is basically excuse me, staying up in the hills, going to the southeast, just marching along. This becomes more and more of a dangerous situation for all the communities. Because if we have the wind change again, like we did that night before last, as it spreads along the hills, it becomes a longer and longer flame front. So it was 7 miles wide in the hills when suddenly the wind changed and it was blown 7 mile long wall of fire. It started heading down towards Neverland Ranch and other places. And only because the wind shifted again did it stop. It could be trying to destroy everything from Los Alamos to Solvang right now if the wind had just kept going that way. We don't know when the next time will happen, and we'll do it again. Yeah, the camera image is no longer good because all the smoke column is going straight to it to the south. This is our last good image at 5:17 in the morning. I just kind of ran around due west, and it's such a steep slope that some of it was down there because probably embers and flaming debris just lit another path of the fire on fire down there. Kathleen says propane's dangerous. Fellow even dug a water moat around his place. One hot ember found. He had a slight leak on his tank valve, and boom, that was all they wrote. You know what? They have new pressure release valves that vent the hot gases before it can BLEVE. BLEVE means you can watch these videos on YouTube. BLEVE explosions, boiling liquid, evaporation, boiling liquid explosion. What does BLEVE mean again? I'm too tired. BLEVE. Boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. Some of the largest types of explosions you'll ever see outside of war. So it has to be like contained in a vessel and then it heats up. So think of the tanker ships. No, that's crude oil. That's not a good example. The tanker trains, you know, the propane tanks, oil refinery stuff. If you heat the container, there's an expansion of the gases. So, and all times the liquid will turn into a gas. And so it expands and expands, and if it can't escape in some way, it'll eventually just detonate kind of unexpectedly. So that's why you see, unfortunately, one of the ways to prevent a BLEVE is firefighters put water to cool down the tanks, right? But that means they got to get close enough to the train derailment or the oil refinery fire or the propane tank or whatever it is to put the water on it. And if they're not wearing really special FLIR kind of, they can't see the heat. And if they don't know what's burning or what's in the containers or what temperature is critical danger, they need to run for their lives. If they don't understand this stuff, they get detonated too. And these are some of the largest explosions. And it doesn't have to be water, it can be just heat. So there's now pressure relief valves on things like propane tanks. And in the past, they didn't like that because it would release a cloud of propane. It would or whatever kind of natural gas, or whatever it is, into the air that could pool. Sometimes it's heavier than air, and then blow up a neighborhood, right? And at oil refineries, sometimes stuff like that's happened. There's a dash cam video of a cop responding to like a situation, and there's a weird vapor cloud in front, and he wisely starts to back up, and he's like, "What is that?" And they're like, "Well, we're too close to live if it detonates, but you have a chance. You could get out now." And that's what other cops like tell him. So he puts it in reverse, and so his dash cam catches the whole thing, but it does ignite, and it's just a bigger and bigger and bigger. Nighttime turns into day. Explosive, fiery cloud. It's a dash cam. It's, of course, a work of the United States government, so it's not copyrighted, but we could take a look at that. But if you look at BLEVE things, there's actually a recent firefighter death from these. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. BLEVEs. So that's why it's so important that like trucks and facilities have those hazard plaques. And we see the diamond plaques on the back of trucks and stuff. They got colored numbers and stuff, and it all means something. Yeah, Jake here says BLEVE is the big danger with certain types of tanker cars and derailments. Yeah, yeah. Let me see if I can find it in the same video. Since it's a cop video, it's not copyrighted. We can see it. What they're saying, like run for your life, hope you make it. It's like, holy crap. If you look at my channel, I've got a playlist section, and it's called Fire Teaching Videos. I probably put it under there. It's a long time to search, but you'll see the best examples of, it's public, the playlist, of what I've ever seen for teaching people about just unusual or insane fire behavior. So where was this stuff? I'm just gonna copy dash cam video, massive explosion, vapor cloud. We'll probably get somewhere. It's a famous thing. I didn't should have written down what it was. Somewhat old. It's like an old videotape dash cam. nighttime response to some chemical facility or something, you know. God, didn't realize there were so many BLEVE videos to be scrolling through here. A lot of them happen around the world, and now it's showing homes exploding. That's not it. Oh, here it is. Texarkana train explosion, a massive fireball in police video dash cam. This was a train. Here it is. You want to see this as we're waiting for a couple more mods? I still got to eat my food. There's no blood and gore that I remember. It's 2 minutes. Play this. See if we get the right sound. Wait, why did the window totally screw up? Okay. Alright, let's get sound in order.
Explosion, hobo jungle. We may engulfed in flames. Phil 90, alright?
Damn, boy.
204 Central, we just had a huge explosion. We've got massive fire out here on Dudley here at the rental yard. All kinds of stuff on fire. Right there. Just lost power down here on the hill. 10-4. 209, you might want to back your units up.
Get your ass out of my way. Get the hell up out of here.
Go ahead. Front Street, and I can see the explosion. Oh, yeah, Front Street, there's smoke all the way in here. 10-4. 11:30, I'm on the viaduct. There's still secondary explosions going on. 10-4.
It's following that vapor trail. Y'all better get out of the cloud.
209, where you at?
I'm back out of the way at this time.
Twenty-three, 31, 257. 2331, 257.
Yeah, holy crap. Now I'm gonna get all kinds of explosion videos suggested to me. But you see the little vapor clouds hugging the ground, some sort of a train derailment. And if you listen careful to the audio, and this may be a little bit cut from earlier, he's like, he's basically saying it's maybe too late for us. You might want to back on out of there, though. Like, we may be too close. Let me play that part again.
Explosion, hobo jungle. We may engulfed in flames. Phil 90, alright?
Damn, boy.
Central, we just had a huge explosion. We've got massive fire out here on Dudley here at the rental yard. All kinds of stuff on fire. Right there. Just lost power down here on the hill. 10-4. 209, you might want to back your units up.
Get your ass out of my way. Get the hell up out of here.
ahead.
Front Street, and I can see the explosion. Oh, yeah, Front Street, there's smoke all the way in here.
10-4.
11:30, I'm on the viaduct. There's still secondary explosions going on.
10-4.
It's following that vapor trail. Y'all better get out of the clouds.
Don't know where you at.
I'm back out of the way at this time.
Twenty-three, 31, 257.
Right, that's a loud siren there, but this is a cut version that keeps detonating and going on, and I speculate like maybe we're too close, but you could make it if you leave now to a different unit. Yeah, Dave Romero, that's an insane video. But that's an example of BLEVE. The new word that you didn't know you needed to know about. But if you search for BLEVE explosion compilations, it's incredible. But I don't want to show fire trauma inducing things on the stream. Educational, but no, homes burning down if we could help it, This just explains what happens with a BLEVE, and so that's what can happen with the old style propane tanks and whatnot. And firefighters used to get killed by them pretty frequently. They still get killed. We just lost one in Oregon, I believe, or I don't know if it's California. LPG is the big one and not gas or oil. Yeah, I believe it. This may have been chemical, just straight up chemical transport. I really don't know. You guys know more about this? But the longer versions of the video too are just insane. Yeah, day turns into night, or night turns into day. Excuse me, I'm barely functional on a couple of brain cells here due to the sleep deprivation. What's eerie is if you ever see any gas hugging the ground like a fog, get the heck away. Unusual smells, get the heck away. Yeah. Full-blown pure gasoline doesn't act this way. I don't know. We just saw some red-looking tank launch itself up into the air, spilling flammable fluid on the cameras last night. So I don't know if it's a BLEVE or what, or if it was a tank. I would love to ask the public information officer. What makes gasoline explosive is the vapor. You under the right circumstances, you could just extinguish a cigarette in gasoline, but if it gets a little bit hot, more and more vapor occurs. Don't try that at home. Don't test what I just said. I'm not responsible for your whatever occurs if you try that. But it doesn't take that much heat. It's kind of like room temperature, so you start to get vapors. But it has to, BLEVE has to be a container where the pressure can build up to massive amounts. Like it's got to be a metal that's pretty dang solid and no pressure relief really happening, or not enough pressure being released fast enough. So strangely, when we were listening to, we're waiting for any morning updates. It's 9:30. Like, shouldn't we have our updates? 7 o'clock update. Morning meetings. Maybe incident management team 6. Cal Fire incident management team 6 has been giving morning meetings. Yeah. So, the Fresno June Lightning Complex, they do their morning briefings, but it hasn't been much of a factor. If you subscribe to Cal Fire incident management teams, it's just CAL Fire and IMT. Just pick numbers. oftentimes these are not the morning, these are the videos for themselves. Like the night crew might want to look at this who are sleeping during the day, or just other people that can't all assemble at once, and they make it publicly available. That's a year ago for Incident Management Team 6 there. Incident Management Team 5 have been giving morning briefings. So depends on who becomes in charge of your fire. I was happy to see, Incident Management Team 6 I've been subscribed to for a long time, but the last time they made videos was 2021. Whoops. Um, it looks like they actually took down a lot of their videos that I was hoping they'd archive for things like the Dixie and Calder. The management teams kept rotating. They have these crews only work for a couple of weeks, I was told, and then they're exhausted and they're like off for weeks. So when I kept saying, "Why am I so tired?" I'm just sitting in my living room watching them. And why do they rotate management teams so much? It's like because they're done. They're wasted. Like they barely sleep and they work like crazy. It's like Deadliest Catch, but like fire. Like they work a season and they need weeks to recover. So technically, I was the only person who stayed from start to finish, covering the Dixie and the Calder fires. All the different management teams came and went, and the crews came and went. I was the only person who was like still working them, not working them, but work like there the whole time, looking at the situation the whole time. It's part of some of the danger as a new crew comes in. They're called trainees because they're getting trained by the departing crew. Like, this is the situation. You're walking into hell. Here's our trouble spots. Here's our successes. Here's our maps. Blah blah blah. And so the new ones are not familiar that whoever's walking in on the situation. Um, what did we get today? Actually, no, not 6. 5. 5 was live in Fresno every morning. Um, which other management teams could we possibly be looking at? I have to make sure I sub to all of them. Management team 2, I have. Oh, they deleted their video. But 5 is still active, and they did a helicopter-based tour down in the Fresno Gene Lightning Complex. So it was really cool. I was watching these every morning. I think we have morning meetings on the basin you could watch. But, but yeah, sorry, to finish my thought about the explosions and the BLEVEs. We were listening to the crazy fire that was called the Eagle Road Fire or Eagle's Nest, southeast Sacramento, south of Jackson Road, the one that took off like a crazy rocket. A couple of days before the Arrow, they made entry to a property, saw a barn that was about to burn down, went over to it, began hosing it. They didn't give us a status of animals, so it was really pins and needles. But we saw this insane, fast-moving grass fire just run through. And so they said, "Wait, everybody out. There's a propane tank, and it's venting." And so they weren't sure if it was the old style or new, because the old style would vent raw gas that would collect, maybe make a vapor kind of trail. I don't know if it's heavier than air, but fill the area with flammable gas that could, if it drifts to the open flame, you understand what happens. So they all skedaddled. And they're like, "Leave it, back up." And they're like, "Well, we do about the rest of the property." They're like, "Leave it." And it was heartbreaking. It's like, oh dear. But then somebody else goes by later and says, "Actually, it's venting and torching. So apparently it's safer now that as it vents, it just makes a straight up blowtorch in the air. So you don't have a gas leak. It burns it off slowly, straight up in the air, I guess." And when they discovered that, they go, we can go back in. It's torching. I don't know if that's exactly the word, but you get the idea. You never saw it, of course, but apparently that's the new thing to do. And they're much more comfortable working by them. Like if they don't vent, they BLEVE. They explode. This is old images, guys. Placerville. If they do vent, but they're not on fire, then gas clouds drift to open flame and boom, it happens. But if they do vent while on fire, it's safer. Boggles the mind. Better not install those under trees and stuff for obvious reasons, but boggles the mind. So as I was trying to show people, the 12-hour footage is not exciting. We couldn't really monitor what's going on at Placerville, as the radio didn't really say anything. They went to tactical local channels, but no news is very good news. We had no new heat detections whatsoever. Hopefully they'll give the community some sort of an update. Let me know if one happens and I just don't see. Jane Blackbird, hey, as an update video on the Shelly. Okay, that's what we're looking for because that's looking bad. As a sober, somber, looking bad. Thank you for letting me know it. How are you doing, Jane? Message detected. What's that? Yeah, but I accidentally misfiled their Facebook page. So thanks for giving me that, Spitty Dude. Thanks so much for giving me the link. Well, we watched the one yesterday. They were just telling it to the public like this is bad. We gotta rethink the plans. We don't have a lot of options, but we'll communicate to you. I respect that very much. Okay, live as the comments come in. This was posted an hour ago. Okay, great. Why didn't they put that on watch duty? I don't know. That's too bright for me.
Section Chief for California Incident Management Team 12.
Sorry. Okay, I'll eat. We'll listen.
Good morning, John Chester, Operations Section Chief for California Incident Management Team 12. So we're going to give a little brief update on the fire activity from yesterday, and then what we got planned for today. So just some general information. Yesterday, due to some red flag warnings, it was a very critical fire weather day for us, and caused some additional movement to the fire yesterday evening into last night. And so for today, or for yesterday's operational shifts, the work that was going on was trying to go direct, working on going direct over here in Division Gulf, coming around the horn here, scouting for opportunities and looking for places where we could get in, do some good work on the direct line construction to secure the south end. Additionally, working along the Pacific Crest Trail, coming to the south here, improving that trail, widening it, strengthening it so that it would be a good control feature. Coming down around into Division Tango, over here coming up out of the Mule Bridge up into 6 Mile Canyon. They're working on that trail, preparing it so that it's got good access. We're thinking about using a mule train to resupply firefighters as they start working back up in here into this area near what is being called Razor Ridge in Division Tango.
You heard that right. Mules. They're partying like it's 1899. Because in wilderness areas, you're not allowed to build a road. Not even to save the forest, not to build fire access roads or anything. They're also not allowed to use mechanized things such as chainsaws or dozers. That's it. It's mules, it's rakes, it's shovels, it's saws, like lumberjacks, 2-man, saw, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then they have to hire blacksmiths to repair the saws. It's a skilled job. It's back-breaking labor. Back injuries are common. It's really slow. I have to get special permission and approval and red tape stuff to use even a gasoline-powered chainsaw. I'm not kidding. When I heard about this, I was like, are you kidding me? So it's mules, picks and shovels, good old-fashioned saws, which have to be sharpened with skilled technicians that know how to sharpen every individual tooth of a saw with a little file. Not kidding. If the teeth break, you have to send it to a blacksmith, a literal blacksmith, for repair. Axes. If this seems like it's way too slow to respond to a fire, it definitely is. It's just ridiculous. This is what they had to respond to the Tillamook burn, and they sent in like 10,000 loggers and rangers and volunteers to try to stop the Tillamook burn fire in 33. And they couldn't because they were working too slow, and it was a mega fire moving too fast. So this is just they really may not be able to use even chainsaws to build their lines unless they get special approval. So I just want to point that out. Here we go.
So those folks were working down there, multiple crews, improving that trail, brushing it out so that we'd have easier access for the mule train to come up. Coming up into Division Alpha, yesterday the fire had not crossed the Pacific Crest Trail. Last night, with the increased fire activity, that's what occurred, and that's what you see out here. So yesterday in Division Alpha, those folks were working along from the Pacific Crest Trail westward along the northern flank, going as direct as possible, and then looking for other opportunities to engage where safe. A lot of large timber snags that were on fire. It's in an old footprint from the Woolly Fire, in 2017. So there's a lot of hazards, really steep terrain, country that makes it very difficult for access, and then for firefighters to move around safely. So last night, yesterday afternoon, over here in Division Alpha, we got some fire that was established in the brush and the heavy down and dead component. It made a run up towards the Pacific Crest Trail, spotted over the Pacific Crest Trail into this country out over in here. So currently we have a large CAL FIRE contingent working in conjunction with the Forest Service and our resources to start securing and taking a direct action on the fire here. Today's events are going to be to continue with that direct action, securing the slop over that has come over the eastern side of the Pacific Crest Trail, with the intent of protecting the communities of Etna and Kidder Creek drainage, the residents that are up in there. Continuing out through here, through the Glendenning Fork, coming back over here to Babbs Peak and Snoozer Ridge, looking for opportunities to get in there and construct some fire lines so that we have the best probability of success from keeping the fire from progressing to the south over here beyond Glenning's Fork and then the Kidder Creek drainage area. So with that, we've got folks out there. This is our number one priority. We've got aviation assets and resources that will be working that, and a large contingent, like I said, of crews, engines, and dozers that are coming in to start working this area.
Well, the dozers will probably be where it's national forest because it's allowed there. Where it says wilderness area, it may never get approved. It's a wilderness. You can't allow anything mechanized in there. That all sounds great. Until you look at like the Biscuit Fire and the wilderness area had no road access, and you had only mules and saws and stuff to work with. Brokefish, who is an ex-firefighter, comes and talks about it. He worked it. Became Oregon's largest fire ever, basically. Spilled over to the California border because that just doesn't work. So the fire basically incinerated the forest. It has never grown back. It's just like a desert with dead trees on it, where pristine wilderness kind of used to be. And then one of the worst fires that began where it didn't in a different wilderness area, same thing. No fire access roads. And last year it became Oregon's huge mega fire in the southwest Oregon coast. We learned this lesson already in the 30s, and we just don't apply the lessons learned. Idealism is going to destroy what they love and want to protect. It doesn't work. Pragmatism will succeed, though, where ideology has failed. Just wonder if any of the forest will be left by the time people figure this out. Very critical of what he said, plainly, as the reason it got out of control is there were a lot of dead trees from the 2017 fire, the Woolsey, and they were standing up, and as they burned up, they sent embers long range in the wind, and that's how it got out of control. You have to put dead trees on the ground, wood chipper them to turn them into fertilizer for the forest, whatever. But since they didn't do that proper cleanup from the fire before, now it's fueling a new mega fire. Now that we learned that also in the 1933 Tillamook burn. So hopefully, eventually, they'll just learn to listen, to stop listening to extremists who are like, roads are bad. No, forest being incinerated is bad. When it's a mega fire, there's no seeds. There's nothing that survives. This is still just a big fire, not a mega, but it's got every potential to be. And nothing really goes back. The seeds are ash. So. But a bunch of bushes and stuff. So when the Biscuit Fire burned in the wilderness area, it's still just a massive deforested desert land. Dead toothpick-like trees in the landscape. One day, if we're allowed to, I don't think people were allowed to go replant it, then it'll come back, but not anytime soon. It's just a nightmare. So this is complicating things. I do not have a hope for the forest. The weather, how soon rain comes will determine how much of the forest we lose. Beautiful area. But the good news is there's not too many structures out there to defend. They could do individual structure defense homes, and the smaller your community is and the more compact and close together the buildings are, the more confident they could defend the community. But the fire is not going to obey the little handlines they make with rakes and shovels. It's a massive thing. It's going to take true desert lines. So let's just hope it doesn't really get in too much of the wilderness. It'll just be toast. They'll likely not be approved for what they need to use to take care of the jobs. It's unknown. So I'm glad they're having early morning communications. They said they're going to do more community meetings. That's just operational update. That's like, here's what we're planning today. They're still making a master plan. When they finally come out with it, it'll probably look like a shocking. We're building dozer lines really far away from where the fire is because it'll move so fast. We have to make sure we have actual road access to quickly make the lines. And everything between the lines and the actual fire, that might be miles, will probably be lost if unless the weather cooperates. It's sad and sobering reality, but we haven't even seen it really pushed by winds yet. So when big wind event comes, man, this is California's biggest potential to become a huge mega fire, other than the ongoing lake fire, which is chugging along. But those are the two of greatest concern. Thank you for letting me know about it. Ayurveda says a good piece of equipment to invest in would be a FLIR infrared camera to see the beams better at foot beams. I wish they put the FLIR cameras like they did on the landscape when we saw the Dixie fire. Those were amazing. We saw the little fire tornadoes running around and the huge 3,000 tall heat vortexes at the center of the huge pyroclastic plumes. Pyrocumulus. I haven't gotten a lot of sleep. Do we have any other morning videos to watch? I try to give people the best case scenario, middle ground, the worst case scenario. And they gave such a sobering and shocking community meeting last night. I'm just going to go with their experience and what they told the community, that it has every potential to erase towns and get huge. And we have no idea how we're going to control it, but we're working really fast because the situation just changed for the worse. Terry, welcome back. Says, I am back for 15 minutes. I've been watching the France vote round 2. Is that their elections? Aren't they rioting like crazy like a year ago? But so it's like the political elections out there. Great, they have a lake fire up there in Washington. Sweet. I may have some battle maps, or at least some map. I just found some in where my source links them. Hopefully we'll get an update on the pay fire at some point. Thank you. So the lake watch duty has a link. Yay! 4 minutes ago. Thanks, friends. So this is Incident Management Team 13. Let me quickly see if they have their own YouTube channel, because I would link this so people don't have to, if they put things on YouTube, that people don't have to make a Facebook account to get their information about their own fire. Fortunately, I don't see that there is a channel for Cal Fire 13. Why do they do Facebook and Twitter so much? You're required to have an account. Oh well, this is why I rebroadcast it and have the account so you don't have to. It's just a crying shame, and it really irks me. The people who are most affected by wildfires are over the age of 58. They're the ones who tend to live, because, the older generations had cool things like pensions, so they can live in retirement out in the country and afford that where there's no jobs. The vast majority are over age 58, many are over 68, and I see that reflected in the age groups of the people viewing this stream. Most of my viewers are over age 58, and mostly male, and mostly in the rural community areas, except for a couple of spots like LA County and the Bay Area. Many of them have never owned a computer, don't want a computer. It doesn't make sense to have a computer because there's like no internet when they're living rurally. And they have a flip phone and have no idea what the hell's going on. And they can't sign up for text alerts, and they wouldn't even know how to make a Facebook page, let alone even maybe have the means to look at it. They'd be starting from zero. Can you imagine never having a computer before? So at least if they got their hands on a phone, YouTube becomes standard. You don't need to make an account. You can just watch YouTube. That's why I'm on YouTube. But Facebook, you have to have an account to even see your evacuation info.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Rick Marinelli.
Sorry, I want to watch this on actual Facebook. And when we do this and click this, usually Watch Duty has an error and starts playing this video anyway, on top of the video already playing. So I accidentally clicked the play button. I hope it doesn't do it. But it might just start talking over its own video in a second. But let's watch this. So this is now morning briefing or whatever. So it's Incident Management Team 13. Cool. Download a high quality version of a Dropbox for media and public use. Yeah, the elderly people don't know how to use Dropbox either. Yeah, oh well, here you go, friends.
Operations Section Chief with. Okay, good morning, everybody. Rick Marinelli, Operations Section Chief with Team 13. Team 13 assumed command of the lake fire today at 0700, and I'm just going to give you a quick update on the fire and what the team's plan is for today. So, update overall on the fire, mostly stayed within its original footprint last shift and yesterday night with some moderate growth. Most of that growth was down here in the southeast corner here, the Figueroa Mountain area. The team's plan for today is to come in and reinforce all the work that's been done over the last 2 days in the Division November and Zulu area, and our focus will be on keeping fire spread away from the south and southwest, away from the communities down in this area. We will be developing plans to check fire spread to the north and northwest and east, using the Siskiyou drainage and other features out here in those areas. Yeah, the last piece of plan will be to come up with something to address the remote areas up here on the northern end of the fire. That's it for today's update, and we'll keep you updated daily. Thank you.
That's it?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Sorry, that's it? On the cams all night, we're watching possible historic structures burning down. Things that look like little miniature explosions, and we lost the cameras. Did the building survive? Will the cameras come back online? That's it? Like, I'm not faulting him, but like the whole communications thing, like people are watching, the public is watching this stuff, and they really need answers about what the heck happened. Will we ever get like a way to listen on the radio to hear what's going on? Did the structures make it? Did a gasoline tank explode, fly through the air? Like, were they there babysitting the structures? I'm glad they're, I mean, they just set up shop. I'm glad they're getting at least some information out, but I was really hoping they would explain the apocalyptic nightmare scenes where the camera swept over the, okay, you know, like the whole, you know, here's before and then after, you know, like you really need to explain to the public what occurred here. Did any of the barns or historical structures back there make it? It looks like they're burning down in some of the shots. It's hard to tell what's going on. It's just a little preview of what happened. It looked way worse in many of the situations. These heritage trees, are they okay? The ones that look like some of them may have been here before white man, are they okay? Hopefully they didn't find any dead deer around here, but like that was the propane tank in question, but like you could see like barns and structures, are they okay? Like this one, I really don't know if it made it. There was a big glow where this building actually is for quite some time. Is it the trees around? Did it make it? Ah, yeah, I know the mushroom quote. My dad had a non not safe for work, you know, not safe for kids thing on the wall, but when adults were over, he would flip it back over. It says, "I must be a mushroom because everybody keeps me in the dark and feeds me beep." I know about the quote. It's pretty funny. And Salty says, I think in every one of the updates, it's patting themselves on the back. So, well, I mean, okay. Somebody has to talk to the press, and that person's going to get the heat. Right? I'm glad he did. He's a brave soul doing so. they're just setting up shop. The incident management team, like, it's just arrived. So we can't judge their new communication system yet. What I judge harshly is Santa Barbara County's Office of Emergency Management. They're the ones who should have said something. You didn't have a night shift. They make even a website about the lake fire. They don't have a hotline. They don't have a number to call. They talked about evacuation warnings and didn't make a map. They issued evacuation orders extremely late. This entire landscape was already on fire when an evacuation order came for what was already on fire, that area, that Figueroa Mountain Road. Good job. And then they finally, it took them more than 24 hours to even make the map. I could have done it. I was tempted to. I don't know what the problem is, but if you're going to have an emergency management uh, office for your county, there better be a 24-hour staffing when there's critical fire weather. There better be somebody who can update the website. This is where, if somebody's like a senior citizen, for example, there should be one-stop shopping for all the information. Like what he just said, you shouldn't have to go to Facebook, Twitter, and other places. It should be all right here in one spot. This is the Office of Emergency Management. A plain old website with the embedded videos and the links would be best. They should be working with the management team and CAL FIRE, whoever, Los Padres National Forest, whoever. All the information should be in one spot. You don't have to log in or sell your soul to and your phone number and all your information to places like Facebook who are going to sell it and have data breaches and violate privacy and violate your security. You know what they had? No, an air quality map that they linked to. The interactive air quality map. They didn't have an evacuation map. They didn't have a hotline to call. Only if you need shelter support, call that. Whatever. That's probably a direct line to the Red Cross. If you need support with animal evacuations, go here. They didn't actually have a map that might show where the fire might go and who might need to evacuate their animals. That you need like all-day warning for that. There was no warning. There was just suddenly going out for an area already on fire on the camp. So there's been no one to call. I didn't know that there was a Twitter account called SBC Fire Info, which is the public information officer for Santa Barbara County Fire Department, basically. So he was issuing evacuation order things on his Twitter account that I had no idea existed. There's no link to it on Santa Barbara County's emergency management page, of course. I didn't know that it was Los Padres National Forest. It was John Bruno who had to call or come in on the chat after the night was over, not last night, but the night before, who said, oh, Los Padres National Forest will have their own Facebook and you should check for info there. Oh, really? Like, how were we supposed to know that? But they didn't really have any info. So I finally found out that this exists. Scott Safechuck's Twitter. So I put this in the description of my own video if you want to find it. Here it is. Because this is why I have literally 75 to 135 tabs open, friends. This is why we have to do this. There is no one-stop shopping for California's fire information or anywhere. And it should be for the nation. Get this. Fireinformation.gov. Let's just say it was that. / state name. Fireinfo.gov / CA, for California. Boom, you're there. All of California's fires are there listed alphabetically. You click another button, it's by date that they broke out. Click a different button, it's sorted by size. Okay. So if you're not sure what one's called, but it's a big one, somewhere in California, people are talking about it, you just sort it by size, sort it by county. these are extremely easy ways to make a website. I have a background in web design. I know this. Yeah, see you soon, Terry. And guess what? It's one-stop shopping. It doesn't matter if it's a Forest Service fire or if it's Cal Fire's fire or a local fire department's fire. Whoever's taking ownership, claiming it, how this crap works. I don't care. The public doesn't care. They just need the info in one place. Keep social media out of it. It's just a place of rumor and this misinformation, bull crap. Everybody's trying to make a living off of it and hustling, and guess what? Clickbait BS rules today. And it's also where mentally ill people go to spout their stuff. It's also where charlatans go to scare everybody to get clicks and likes and make money off stuff with their fake info. So social media should just remain the cesspool that it is. I really want nothing to do with. And if they want the public to trust them and obey them, give them their information from official sources, and then people could just tune out social media. You are part of the problem if you put your info on social media, because guess what gets suggested to somebody watching your fire info? The crazy crap. That's the next video they click on, and they see the space laser crap and all the lies and BS and the hoaxes. So I don't know what they're thinking. Maybe they're thinking, oh, everybody's on social media. It's a great way to reach people. Not really. Not most of the people affected by fires. Not really. And it's a bad analogy. You're feeding the problem. You're putting gasoline on the fire. Social media is the problem. It's just a cesspool of rumor and crap. I'm not on social media much because I have a couple clicks. I'm really enraged by it, by just the crap. It's a double-edged sword. It can be used for good, but it's overwhelmingly used for evil. But here we are. This is why we are the Oasis. I sort out the crap for you. I sift it like an old gold miner of old times. You know, I'm panning through the crap for you guys, and I'm taking out the flakes and the nuggets, the real info about fire. Holy crap! I'm sorry. You can tell that I'm pretty sleep deprived. But no, I'm not mad at what we just saw. The incident management team just set up shop. A tiny little video, better than nothing. I just wish you would explain if we lost all those structures or what the heck happened. Maybe they will. Maybe they will accept questions, and maybe we can ask them on their, what was that, Facebook? So Los Padres has the Facebook, and we can ask. Hopefully they have a little ask your questions here area. But so far, just Los Padres here hasn't been very forthcoming with info. It's just very, like every 19 hours to post something, you know. Now here's a comment. This is what it looked like from Cerro Noreste. When it looks like that, you need to run your information lines 24 hours, because can you imagine, like, youth, foreigners, visitors seeing this, people who are susceptible to stuff, going online trying to figure out what the hell they're seeing, hikers? If somebody said Santa Barbara County just got nuked, doesn't that kind of look like it? Like, what would you be thinking if you saw this in the distance? Here's live on my channel, 12:03 a.m., not last night, night before. It looked like Santa Barbara got nuked. This is a real screenshot. Go back to my archive. Is it 30 minutes into the stream? 12:03 a.m. So just after midnight, July 5th into July 6th. But yeah, the algorithms started the whole conspiracy nonsense brouhaha thing on accident, and it's like primitive AI. So back when YouTube was earlier, in earlier days, if you clicked on things, it assumed you liked that thing. So it just tried to find similar things to serve to you. And you could tell where that could go horribly wrong. So even if out of curiosity, I clicked on a, JFK conspiracy thing, which I have a lot of questions about what happened to JFK. Really not thinking we were getting the whole story there. That doesn't mean I believe in space lasers, aliens, mole people, and lizard folk. But once you click on something like that, that's all that you're fed. You're not fed anything else the other side. So the more that you click on it, the more you watch, the more you're fed exactly what you saw that reinforces exactly what you saw. So to people, the perception is that everybody believes this. Because there's so many videos out there and the other ones out there. They didn't realize that YouTube was just feeding them more of the subject they already saw, that it's actually pretty fringe beliefs. But whenever they visit the site, that's all that's suggested and that's all that's fed to them. So it's called going deeper and deeper down a rabbit hole, is what they called it. So enter the terror after September 11th. And people started clicking on videos of the executions of Americans and such, and people abroad. They had beheading videos, and I unfortunately saw one of those. So as a youth, it was the Wild West. So all of a sudden, the terror recruitment videos started, and ISIS figured out really quickly, and Al Qaeda, that it starts with a shocking type video, but then if they made recruitment videos, propaganda, that they could reach a lot of Muslims that way. And so all of a sudden you had Muslims coming from the United Kingdom and youth usually just thinking that they had to go defend Muslim world from things, the propaganda. And so it was that moment that Congress stepped in and goes, what the hell is going on? Why is YouTube promoting terrorist propaganda? That's when that oh beep moment happened for YouTube and other social media outlets. It was not just YouTube, but it was a prominent example with the whole congressional. I believe they had a lot of the meetings, so to speak. So they were ordered to change stuff. And what was worse is I don't know if terrorist videos are monetized or not. I don't even want to think about that. So we don't talk about that stuff here. It's against the rules. We're talking about how social media is the problem. Um, I know weapons exist that are lasers. They're usually defensive. They exist on boats and ships and stuff to try to thwart heat-seeking missiles that are incoming and the like. They're pretty much universally defensive, and they're not that effective either. Yeah, they exist, but like they can't come from space. It doesn't work. Yeah, Jake here says X-Files is due for a reboot, so final season of Snowpiercer is nigh. Wait, are they redoing Snowpiercer? Oh, I love that movie. It's hardcore, mind you. Like cannibalism hardcore, but Snowpiercer is great if you could handle it. But yeah, I've seen the videos where they try to shop new technology, fancy weapons to the Department of Defense. Generals sit there and watch it and see if they want to invest in that. I'm not impressed. Like people showed me the laser was like put on a car hood and they're trying to disable the vehicle was stationary. Yeah. I wouldn't, as a general, I wouldn't be impressed in that. I'm like, yeah, great. It took a very long time for you to affect a stationary object using an incredible amount of energy. Like, oh, you guys remember Goldfinger, right? That's an example of a laser that can like cut. What you didn't see behind the scenes was That laser had like an entire room full of generators. And just to film that scene was so expensive. It just about, I mean, even for a James Bond movie, it's not something you could put in a small craft and run around blasting or put on a small satellite in space or something. It's not going to happen. Um, yeah, so it's a series. I thought it was just a movie. Did they make a series out of it? Oh, Ed Harris needed to be in a lot more of it though. But when he was at the end, that was so sweet. But anyway, I'm talking about why we have to do this stream. We have to filter out what is not allowed. This kind of conversation. I'm allowed to talk about it because it's my freaking show. Sorry. And I'm illustrating the laser talk as a problem. It's a problem. I am the facts only resource on the fires for a reason. Everybody else talking about BS. No, these wildfires are not being started by laser weapons or shadow governments or lizard people, okay? I'm not a lizard, contrary to popular belief. Last warning, Beta, we're not talking about it. Nobody has the right to come here, piggyback off of the hard reputation that we've earned here for protecting people to just have their theories known that stress out the people who are here. When I used to entertain these notions and say, hit me, challenge me, I'll explain stuff, show me something unexplainable, I was having a good time. I have an open mind. I like open-minded people. But what it does is it stresses out the people who are very worried about whether or not their homes are still standing. We're here as a support group for them. And they told me, I'm going to leave. I want to listen to your channel. I want to get the fire info, but it stresses me out too much. People are in your channel explaining weapons and saying, hey, did you know you're being targeted by a shadow government, a weapon, and that your town burned down and it's from space? Like they did not want to hear it. They don't need any more extra stress. So I agree. I heard their wishes. I agreed to obey their wishes, and I realize now that that's protecting them. I have very little tolerance for anybody who hears me say that and starts and keeps talking about their stuff. Go ahead and get your own YouTube channel. It's cool. I'm not squelching your feet. There's 2,000 of them out there about those topics. This is not the place. It's not appropriate. If I ever see anything weird, I'll be the first person to say, hey, I think this might be sabotage or war or something. I've never seen that. Any of these town erasing fires, Lahaina, Paradise, and all those could have been started with a $5 road flare. There is no reason for a government to utilize a $1 trillion weapon program or something high dollar. There's nothing unusual about the fire behaviors. That's what happens when you have like no water pressure in Lahaina and live power lines arcing and going down everywhere. And elephant grass, invasive species like they had in Maui, which rip off in 6-foot sections and fly in the wind and land on rooftops and light stuff on fire downwind. It burns with a ferocity that's insane. And that's what happens when you have a hurricane offshore and 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts and like 50-mile-an-hour sustained winds. That's what happens. None of these are okay, so let's just let them keep doing it. I gave you a warning. I'm not here to subscribe to whatever. I don't believe it. I'm sorry, because it's all nonsense and hoaxes. I'm sorry. But like I said, there's 2,000 channels that describe that entertain those topics. If you ignore what I just said, that really makes me angry. You still don't care about stressing out my viewers, so you will not be allowed to express the views that stress out my viewers. There's a sort of a cold-heartedness. Most people I like. I like most people who entertain conspiracy notions. They have an open mind. There's qualities I really like about them. Though rational, those that are not, mentally ill. And I'll have good, respectful conversations. That happens a lot, but not when I lay down rules. This is not the time. It's not appropriate. We have mega fires rampaging around. We have people on edge. They don't need more stress. If you're not sensitive to that, I don't like that. That's not respectful. Rules are there for a reason. So if they're not, then people who actually need this fire information will tune out. We've actually saved lives doing this. This isn't a joke. It's not a game, and it's not an entertainment show. I lost my friend to wildfire and nearly my brother a year later in paradise. This is not a game. I'm very stressed out that the officials don't give people evacuation information in a timely manner or a place they can easily reach it. That's why we're here. That's the main idea of tracking them and giving the straight dope. And informing people about how we can change all this with legislation and rule changes, why it's occurring, why it keeps repeating. And no, it's not because of mole people, aliens, lizards, and the like. But if you believe in that, I can't help save your life. I can't give you the information like, no, what actually occurs with fast moving grass fire. Why, people come in here and say it's microwaves. That's why cars burn, but trees don't next to them. Well, I can tell you how to live through a situation like that by explaining how high winds will fold grass down, even under an orchard against the ground. And then the flames will shoot out to the side. They'll shoot out alongside the ground. And so the heat never has a chance to rise and affect the orchard trees above. Grass burns up real quickly. So that's why the trees didn't burn. It was extremely high wind. But when I was given a photo to analyze, really grim, is where people died in a car. Right behind them, they left a place of safety and they panic drove away from it. It was a big turnaround of gravel. They had an RV there, a little camper, and they saw the fire coming. They should have just stayed put right there in their car. They would have been safe. Nothing there to burn on gravel. But they panic drove. They went up a zigzag kind of a road, went off the road. The car tumbled down the hillside. When it came to rest upright, it was pretty damaged. I don't know if they could have opened the doors, and they couldn't get back on the road, and that's where the fire swept over the car. And the only way they could have gotten out was where the grass was actually on fire under that orchard. So people ask me, well, why didn't the orchard burn? Why just the car? Why didn't the RV burn? Because the RV was in the middle of a gravel turnaround. And that's that. There was nothing there next to the RV to light it on fire. So if you believe in microwaves and lasers, I can't tell you how to survive something like that, which is recognize safe places and stay put. I can't help save your life. But if you listen to me and understand fire behavior better, I really can. I can help you. So that's the peril of entertaining wacky notions when things are perfectly explainable and we can save your life. I hope that explains that, dear. I'm looking. Oh, Kicker 911 is in the house. Yeah, I know, sir, child. I know a lot of people do. And so I'm sorry I didn't just ban and just move along. But for the new people that don't know what we're about, don't know why I'm so upset, I feel like that needs to be explained. I know. But I don't know. Sometimes I think we'll just do a lot more banning and less explaining. Maybe like refer people to like a frequently asked questions of why we don't entertain wacky notions, why we stick with the facts. And other times, if people want to have me on their show or whatever, and they want to challenge me and say, explain this photo or that, I'll take it to their place. I'll be happy to do that. We'd have totally respectful dialogue, but I do not respect people coming in, stressing people out. That's really irksome, you know. Oh, the MD-87 is here too. So we've got an air show. This is the best way they have to speed bump the lake fire, friend. Tons of aircraft. Now, the more smoke there is on the cams, let's check them. Excuse me. And maybe we can hear something on the radio. It's not typical, but sometimes we can hear the pilots. And if I could just set that up, I'll just show the we could just see the flight radar. Oh dear, this is very smoky actually. Maybe they can work the north side of the fire because the smoke seems to be going to the south. We can look at the satellites in a second. But I don't know how much the aircraft are going to be able to work the west side where we've had so much growth and it threatens the communities down lower, right? Maybe, I mean, you can watch where the planes go. Maybe we can watch where the planes go or hear it. If there is radio, I'll just put this screen on and I'll finally get my rest. If the mods are still able to volunteer their time. Oh, sorry. I was trying to show the message instead of hide it. Sorry. Links by non-mods are automatically blocked. Let me check that out. Santa Barbara's best read new website for news. Okay. At hat.com. Great. Yeah, if we could get information from civilian news too, that'd be great. Okay. There's a couple, good articles there. Why many illegal fireworks could be gone in California next July 4th. Hopefully they're doing sting operations or something. That was by Cal Matters. Cal Matters is pretty good. I've only seen them a couple of times. For 8 years, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. This year, California has seized more than 120 tons of illegal fireworks, which is well above average. Fire Marshal Daniel Berlant said in a press conference on Tuesday. Last month, police seized 75 tons of illegal fireworks from a warehouse in Gardenia, the biggest bust in California's history. It's a glaring and shocking example of how the problem has grown to such proportions, as so much more out there in this state. Something has to be done about it, says Dennis Ravel, CEO of Ravel Communications, which represents TNT Fireworks, which sells the legal kind. So many of the illegal fireworks are coming from stores in Nevada County, where all fireworks are legal. Really? That's a thing? All fireworks are legal in Nevada? Okay. Well, that explains a lot. So in 2021, the Los Angeles Police Department detonated 16 tons of illegal fireworks found in a South Los Angeles home, injuring 17 people and displacing the residents of the neighborhood. I guess it was accidental. The city had just reached a $21 million settlement with the affected families. The owner of the fireworks testified he purchased most of them from Area 51, a store in Pahrump, Nevada. Seeking an agreement with Nevada. Since January 2023, TNT Fireworks has spent more than $300,000 on lobbying California's legislature, the governor's office, the fire marshal, CAL FIRE, and the attorney general's office, according to the Secretary of State. The company has donated $7,000 to campaigns this election, including $2,000 to Assembly member Eduardo Garcia, a Coachella Democrat, and other and author of Assembly Bill 1403, the focus of the lobbying efforts. Last year, the legislature, see, this is ridiculous. I don't like the way our government works. Push a whole bunch of money into pockets and you get what you want. No, fire czar. The fire czar of the state says this is BS, talks to the fire czar of Nevada, and then they do what's necessary for the public good, and that's it. That's it. I don't like lobbying crap and all this. Anyway, last year, the legislature passed, and Newsom signed it, doubling the range of illegal firework fines. The maximum for possessing at least 5,000 pounds just jumped from a $50,000 fine to 100,000. I think that's a good job, Gavin. If you don't like somebody, praise them when they do something good. But like, I haven't read the bill, so I don't know if this is good. Seems legit. Either an earlier version of the bill set aside a portion of the state's sales tax, which should just be abolished. It's a tax on the poor. Oregon doesn't have it. We don't need it. It keeps people in poverty. An earlier version of the bill set aside a portion of the state's sales tax on safe and sane fireworks to fund increased statewide enforcement against illegal fireworks. Okay. Why do you need to siphon away sales tax in order to do this when why don't you just find the offenders and pay for it that way? The provision was removed, and that's when Revelle came up with a new plan that he proposed to the Fire Marshal's Advisory Committee. California and Nevada should work together to stop illegal fireworks sales earlier. What do you mean earlier? How about period? I think if you're trafficking in illegal fireworks in California, then you should be on a list. You should be on a list. I would like to know, A, if a sex offender is in my neighborhood, or an arsonist, or somebody who packs their home with gigantic amounts of gunpowder, hiding it illegally. I'd like to know the kind of person that might try to be so reckless my neighborhood could detonate, but that's all. Just it should be a special kind of crime. Taking fireworks across state lines sounds like I mean, if that's illegal for pot, it should be for fireworks. Don't you think so? Fireworks stores in Nevada are already required to log info about their customers, including their ID. Through an interstate compact, Revelle said Nevada could require stores to put this info into a state database and actually alert law enforcement when a California resident buys them that are illegal there. You mean that wasn't already in place? Okay, what a toothless tiger. Okay, we have to take down your ID. Well, do you actually do anything with it? Nah, we just put it in a piece of paper underneath the till, underneath the 20s and 100s. Oh, and then if law enforcement comes around after a disaster, then I guess we'll give it to them if they even come looking. Oh my God. Like I said, most of California's problems with fire can be ended with the pen. The pen's mightier than the sword here, by far. I'm reading this off chat on the same Windows chat, so chat's been hidden. Hang on a sec. Wow, this is a good article. Thanks for linking here. It's illuminating. Now we understand where a lot of the problems come from, but most can be done away with legislation change. So the proposal is now in Berlant's hands. He's reviewing it, and if it moves forward, he will present it to the governor, who will then discuss it with the Nevada governor, Joe Dorado. Newsom has signed other interstate compacts, including a 2020 agreement with 4 western states to curb COVID-19's effect on the economy. Okay, sorry. there was a scandal where he told everybody to mask up, but then he didn't. And went around breaking his own rules on it's a big scandal. This is not me like, hey, this is a dirty rumor about Gavin. No, I mean that's why it's funny. Is that was one of his major scandals he had to face and explain when he went around social gatherings without masks on and stuff, but shook his finger at everybody in the state. You've got to mask up. So that's funny. Then they also signed a 2022 deal with governors of Oregon and Washington and the premier of British Columbia to combat climate change, which is also funny. Okay. The wildfires are producing more CO2 unlike ever, but okay, that's funny. We'll move on. Because of this history, Revelle says he thinks Newsom will be receptive to an agreement with Nevada. I wish there was a better solution, but it's the best we've been able to come up with given our circumstances that we're facing. If the compact requires approval from Nevada's legislature, it's out of session until 2025. Oh my God. Oh, the slowness of the bureaucratic red tape nightmare. Oh, it just needs to be fire czars for sweeping and effective change. That's what I'm saying. Fire czars for each state, have a powwow. Done. What do you guys think? This change moves at the speed of snail. But California doesn't have a lot of unburned forests left, so we got to move a lot faster. In some California cities, fireworks are completely banned, even those labeled safe and sane. Yeah, yeah, like the cities where it's extremely difficult to fight a fire if they get started, especially during red flag. Yeah. Amongst these cities are LA, San Diego, and Long Beach. Very fire-prone areas that experience high winds and such. Yeah, makes sense. Located just outside of LA, Vernon has only 222 residents, according to the 2020 census, but Salazar, treasurer of the Rotary Club of Rio Hondo Vernon, says his fireworks cart makes $12,000 to $15,000 a year. Oh, he's very happy posing with his fireworks and sales. Our advantage is we get a lot of people that come from the valley, because over there, it's illegal. We're literally the first one off the freeway. Oh my God. Salazar, who sells fireworks, says safe and sane fireworks should be legal throughout the state. Many TNT stands are operated by nonprofits like the Rotary Club that split the proceeds with the company. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh boy. Not only do you take away from most of the nonprofits in the area that could generate a decent amount of money to do some good in your community, but you're also losing all the taxes. Yeah. Okay. Perfect recipe for a disaster. On the other hand, fireworks safety is always a concern. State fire. I'm sorry, I'm reading. It's the headline for the next section. Perfect recipe for a disaster is a quote. On the other hand, fireworks safety is always a concern. The state fire officials are warning Californians about the dangers of setting off fireworks in the middle of triple-digit heat wave when the wildfire risk is already elevated. Red flag warnings are in place for 7 California counties, and 2 wildfires broke out Tuesday morning in Northern California. At Tuesday's press conference, the state fire officials said that some safe and sane fireworks like sparklers actually get as hot as 12,000 degrees. That's funny. When the sparks land on my arm, though, I don't really feel it. But okay. Maybe in the center, Celsius, Kelvin. I don't know. Californians who use safe and sane fireworks this holiday should avoid setting them off near flammable objects or vegetation. The dry grass vegetation across the state, coupled with triple-digit temps in the wind, is perfect recipe for a disaster. So let's see, when was this written? That's good. Comprehensive article. Presents multiple slides. It was written on today at 9:02 a.m. The holiday is over. Californians who use safe and sane fireworks this holiday should avoid setting them off near flammable objects or vegetation. It's the 7th of July, but okay. Yeah, this article has only seen 13 views. You were one of them, guys. So I'm gonna link this article in the chat. It's quite good. All right, here we go. Yeah, Kathleen Danforth says, "Oh well, Gavin is Gavin. Who else can we find for a laugh?" Well, I don't know where to laugh or cry, but yeah. Express Band Exorcist says, "I'd vote for you." That's awesome. You all could be my cabinet for sure. I would think of you first. But remember, the first thing we need is a minister of slapping, and probably some backup ministers of slapping, like vice ministers of slapping. Because so many people need to be slapped that, I mean, the risk of repetitive stress injury is a real thing, and we'd have to rotate. Maybe we could make it a temporary rotational appointment. A lot of slapping is in order. Jan Johannes Smith says, "How many tons of safe and sane fireworks are in the hands of maniacs, though? And how much does it take to blow up a house?" Well, they just said there were, in the beginning of the article, that LA County detonated, but I don't know how many tons. Let me go back to the start of the article. And blew up a neighborhood, basically. It doesn't even say if that was accidental or not. I would assume it's accidental. So let's see. That's good, the word. I searched the article. Yeah, in 2021, the LA Police Department, LAPD, detonated 16 tons of illegal fireworks in a South Los Angeles home, injuring 17 and displacing residents of the neighborhood. And the city paid out $20 million as a settlement for the affected families. $21 million. And they're not the ones who gathered the illegal fireworks in place. What happened with that? Is there a link to it? Okay. So it happened July. The article was written July 2nd, 2021. So the blast injured 17 people in South Los Angeles and around 80 people from the predominantly Latinx neighborhood were forced to leave their homes. 19 people share in the settlement, ranging from payouts over $100,000 to $2.8 million. I'm sorry, I don't really like the place I live that much. Could you please detonate it and give me a couple million? I'd be grateful. That'd be cool, actually. I've got a lot of sentimental objects in here, but I back up most of my writing and video to the cloud. And I'm sure I could replace pretty much everything I own. Sometimes I don't understand the whole payout thing. I'd love for them to detonate where I live for if I was given 2.8 million. Sign me up. Oh, plus they're all housed for free. The city spent $10 million on temporary housing for the displaced residents. Wait. 80 people were displaced, but they spent $10 million on temporary housing for that. What? What? Okay, this is the article I'm reading. I'm not just sleep deprived. It doesn't make sense, does it? Jan, 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. I'm okay. You get knuckles for today. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Wait, who's good at math? How how does it cost $10 million to house 80 people? Is this why the homeless problem is not being solved? Because they just waste money like this? Uh, 16 tons of fireworks in a house? How big was this house? The numbers are not making sense to me. I've got numbers dyslexia and a little bit of a difficult time wrapping my head around numbers, but does this seem odd to you? Uh, hmm. So a 4-star hotel might be like 30 to 400 bucks a night, depending on the off-season location. Especially if you had a group of 80 people to put up in a 4-star, you do negotiate a cut rate, right? So 80 people times $400, that would be 32,000. That's 4-star hotel prices. If you negotiate it down, let's see, it was you got the bonus rate. See, it was 250 times 80, 20,000 bucks. Okay. Budget hotels a lot cheaper than that, but $10 million. Okay. How many nights do people need to stay? Do 80 people need to stay in a 4-star hotel to equal $10 million? I'm incapable of math further right now. I have an incredible lack of sleep. So, um, yeah, I know that everything is so wow. JCat says Catherine's World of Wildfire Tracking is wildfire tracking team. It's just remembered I ran out of letters to put it at the end. Catherine's World Wildfire tracking team policy is as follows. We reserve the right to slap, silly, harass, kick in the groin anyone we want to at any time. That's rule number 6, part 22A of the rules. Okay, we're not brutal, okay? It's not a yunta. Okay, it's slapstick. Okay, I've got to make that clear. No kicks in the groin, no we don't that's hardcore. Okay. It's Mo, Larry, and Curly level of slapstick, minister of slapping. It's just it's hopefully it's an attempt to slap some intelligence into some people and or to let them know they're being a bad dog. You know, um, that's what the minister of slapping would be doing in the cabinet. Hey, welcome back, RJ. Welcome back. I feel I had to clarify. Gosh, I'm so glad I did. I was about to send out a squad of slappers to everybody who needs a slapping, and gosh, that would have I almost oh the violence I could have caused. Oh, I'm so glad I clarified, man. Thank you, Jake. I would hate to have been responsible for that. It's like, we'll pay for your plastic surgery, man, and your in vitro fertilization now that you're no longer capable of the. Just never mind. We'll pay for it, whatever it is. Just sign this and never agree to never talk about it to the public. Thank you. Jake, I want a word. What happened yesterday? This was decaf, right? why am I not tired? Like I'm vacillating back and forth between like wanting to just flop over dead asleep. Okay. I think it's just the adrenaline rush. It's hard to calm down after a night like what we had. That was insane. You guys didn't see the insane camera burnover video from last night. It's a good place to start. But we went a full 12 hours. Because what we just kept seeing was insane. This is one of the last footages right before one of the last screenshots of the footage right before the cams died. I'm sure they're just out of power, but they didn't explain. Okay, it's hot in here again. Excuse me. Chitty Cat, there's a side of you. You're totally gangster, you know that? Are you with the Beaver Mafia by any chance? The one, the beavers routinely start fires. I never knew that. That's a real thing, actually. But we make jokes about it. Did I save the Beaver Mafia? Funny article. Let's see. Corbett. This is what happens when you don't pay the Beaver Mafia. Everybody pays now. Their message has been made clear. This happened September 16th, 2021. A date which will live in infamy. Anyway, if you're not with the Beaver Mafia, J.E. Cat, they probably have a job for you. Oh, man. Okay. I'm glad the big passenger jet tankers, including the MD-87, technically there's two of them, but man, Tanker 107 is like my favorite plane ever. Let's look back at this news site. Ed Hatt has Santa Barbara News. We just read the cool fireworks article. Understanding that all fireworks are legal in Nevada and Californians are required to show their ID, yet there's no actual database or anywhere that the cops could look for them if something happens in California. They're not given a heads up by Nevada in any way when a Californian buys a huge amount of fireworks or projectile for fireworks. You understand that this keeps us vulnerable to terror as well. Like, can you imagine if Al Qaeda wanted to do something like that? Figuring out this loophole? In red flag situations, they could do as much damage with something like this as they could in other horrible ways. It's a national security issue, not a California issue. And if other states have similar things, I think a certain level of class of fireworks, legal or not, states decide whatever, need a registry and a database. I mean, we did that for Sudafed, but we don't do that for fireworks. And we've seen now neighborhoods detonated by 16 tons of illegal fireworks in LA County in 2021. They get ideas reading our news. Now I think about that's a national security issue that needs ASAP attention, and not just at the state level, the governor. Let's consult with the fire marshal. No, let's executive order that stuff. No, now that I've just realized that. somebody assembled 16 tons of fireworks in a house and nobody knew about it and they detonated in LA. Thing. And that was a pure accident with theoretically no ill intent involved by either party. Makes you wonder what goes undetected. I mean, how did he transport it? Was a vehicle driven from like Reno or Las Vegas, like a U-Haul filled with tons of gunpowder, and all fireworks are basically explosives? That was on the road, presumably, and absolutely with no hazard plaque. What if it got in a car accident and there was a little fire? The fire crews would have no idea and approach. Yeah. Well, that's what the Japanese did in World War II. Is they sent incendiary balloon bombs over just weaponized weather balloons on the trade winds. It was classified. A lot of people still don't understand that it happened because they read about the Tillamook burn and of 1933 and how it devastated Oregon and the nation's economy. And so they tried to start new Tillamook burns. Oh, Kathy, sorry, I didn't see the serious question. RJ Walter says, just check the state fire map from CAL FIRE. It's been blank for days. Really? Really? Yeah, we did a fire roundup. We don't have an acreage on some. We're still waiting for Placerville to see like anything to the public. Anything. An hour ago, there was an update. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, not an update on how the fire's going, just an evacuation update. The Union Mine High School remains open as an evacuation shelter for those displaced. Okay. Evacuation orders and warning zones remain in place at this time. Please use caution. Okay, that's not a real update. So we don't have an acreage update or a fire. This is an extremely old map from yesterday afternoon as it was still going. The good news is since we didn't have any information at night, though, we could monitor it with satellites. There was no new hotspots. So expect this to change drastically when they finally get around to updating a new map. Earlier this morning, Ferris was in the sky mapping the that Flight 32 was in the sky mapping the lake. We are speculating on the lake fire for acreage. They didn't present that during the 2-minute blurb video this morning, but the incident management team just set up shop, so they're busy orienting themselves. That was a meet and greet kind of video. And they didn't explain, though, if any of the historical structures burned down last night that it looked like some might have on their camps. And they didn't explain if the cameras are dead or not, or if that building burned up. That was, I would have wanted that. So we speculated on the actual lake fire's acreage. It really moved, and he said it mostly stayed within its own footprint, though. That we did see it march around. More and more of the old heat detections are drifting away because, well, where grass is burned, it really cools quickly. So it's hard to even figure out where exactly it is right now, because most of the ghost detections are gone. Wait, sorry, sorry, I forgot I moved the map to Siskiyou County. My bad. I'm too tired for this. Hey, Monklands Outdoor Adventure says, I was raised in Figueroa backcountry. Hey, do you know what the nature of the structures are then? Great to have you there. What we were terrified of what we saw last night. The fire just seemed to maybe eat some historical buildings by the Figueroa camps. I just checked, and Figueroa is screwed. No, it looked bad. It was actually a low-key fire that looked worse than it actually was on the cams, but if they didn't babysit the buildings, they probably burned up. Or remember, this is missing a lot of the frames in the time lapse, and it's calibrated for nighttime vision, so all light is extremely exaggerated. But like it was very short grass, so in just a quick flash, it's gone. Like right here, and the building is probably safe. Like the grass burns up. That's at 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:34 in 10 seconds. 1 minute later, the grass is gone. Building is safe. Little bush, little decorative little, whatever that little boo-boo is, kind of probably bit the dust. I don't know if that's a little manzanita or something better than that. But what was weird is I got the screenshot and we were puzzled over it. There seemed to have been like a weird windmill thing, like those old turn of the century ones, like a water pump there. 3 cabins are gone. Last night, my friends lost their cabin. Oh my God, did your friends say that? Because I was very worried for these buildings in the background. Like, none of them didn't look okay. Saw deer wandering around in front here too. Oh, it was here? It would have been so easy to defend these buildings. It looks a lot worse than it is. It's just mostly just moving around on the grass. Like we saw some fire crews presumably up on the roads. And by the way, they evacuated these people with no warning. They just went as the fire was already on fire. All of a sudden, watch through the updates. It says there's level 3 go now. Yeah, it says not much growth. Didn't appear like that was true. It could have been more like an optical illusion, but we just saw it traveling to the east-southeast. Not really at record-breaking speeds or anything, but quite a distance on the long-distance cams. And the hot spots that lit up were crazy. Man, I'm so sorry, Moonclans. Was it here? Like where the cams are? It was very confusing. We were trying to figure out exactly where are the cams. Is there somewhere I can read about this? Or oh, they just updated to 13,264 acres. It looked like it had moved a lot further than that. But if it said that the wind blew it back onto its own footprint again, that makes sense. So it would be like optical illusion. There's always some unburned spots where it can blow back on itself and it can burn with its own footprint. That's a 10 a.m. update. It's 11 a.m. somehow. Man, I'm so sorry, but they leased the cabins, the Figueroa recreation area. How old are they? This almost looked like it was like a preserved farm or something. So mad. This didn't have to happen. They knew it was coming for days. You just call in other counties. You cut down some trees around the buildings. Many of these were groomed meticulously and had very short grass right up to the buildings. Wet it down or just burn it off ahead of the fire. Sit in the driveway, wet it down, let it go past you. If any of the other buildings are starting to catch, wet them down further and go on your way. Yeah, Kathleen had I know what you mean. A U-Haul full of illegal fireworks could be pulled over and inspected, but If everything got inspected, there'd be no drug trade, would there? There's just too much traffic. It's just too much. There's not enough. There's plenty of times I cross the border to California all the time, and I go, oh, right, I have a banana. So I dig in, get ready to hand a banana out the window. You have to hand your fruit over. And, like, it's not open. I'm driving right through the inspection place going, uh, nobody's here. The booths are not open. I'm ready to hand over my fruit like the law says. Nobody's there. Yeah, J-Cure, we haven't gotten a new acreage. That's, uh, the little mapping plane was just there like 2 hours ago. I was speculating it probably could be 20,000. But the little guy on the video was saying it didn't expand too much. Well, that's not what appeared on the camera. It was moving on the ridge tops and it was moving down below in a straight solid line, just a steady march east. So this fire came at the wherever the cameras are from both sides. This was looking east. The other camera was looking west. And like I said, it's exaggerated light. Because the camera setting. Like if you could tell because you go back and you see vehicle headlights that look like a spotlight from Hollywood, like a new movie on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, sort of Chinese ruins theater. That's just like a pickup truck's headlights. What the camera's trying to do is it's confused in its automatic mode. It's metering for shadows, trying to show everything in the shadows, so when anything of light comes by, it looks like a blinding spotlight. But that's just light reflected up off the underside of the smoke reflects it back, it exaggerates it. But when you can see things in the shadows, you know that this is a fake kind of exaggerated view. They just don't calibrate the cameras. It's kind of automatic mode. We saw several times though some things wish up into the sky. Like there is a telephone or whatever pole or power pole. I wondered if that was a transformer. Boom. But some of the bright flashes. Smitty, when I was consulting him, I thought it was a red helicopter dropping water. It was too small in one of these frames. And I took a lot more frames than shown here. And I said, is that like a small drone helicopter dropping water in something? He goes, no, that's probably a, on the farm kind of a gas tank for filling up the farm tractor kind of stuff. And it's probably launched into the air because it probably just exploded. And that's probably gas spilling out the bottom. It's not like a water drop, maybe gas. I was like, oh. Wait, that info was from U.S. Forest Service at 10 a.m. We were just checking all that stuff. Here's Los Padres National Forest. Yeah, we just watched the update. They said they didn't know what the acreage was. They were just taking a guess. His video. He says this is an old map, but it moved over here, and he pointed over towards November. That's the map of yesterday. And he said it mostly moved with its own footprint. We're not really quite sure. Yeah, Melinda, I don't know. It's so weird. Why on the 4th of July does another Lake Taka fire begin? Just like the 4th of July, it began in 2007. Under investigation, they won't give us any clue. So who knows? I looked back at the Electrofire, which broke out somewhat near John Stoker's place. I don't remember which county, like Amador or something like that. Um, and so it still says under investigation, but it was the 4th of July 2022. The Bobcat fire, I kept having to say, allegedly SoCal Edison, the power company, caused it. Because legally you have to say that until there's a report. It took them almost 3 years to tell the public that, oh yeah, SoCal Edison's equipment started it. Well, duh. The camera pivoted over and showed their the fire starting at their little mini power substation. Duh. And it showed a bunch of trees hanging over it. Duh. But it took them more than basically like 3 years, 3.5 years, to tell the public that's what happened. And the report was inconclusive. We're not sure how the vegetation made contact with the line. Yeah, running on empty 22, that was the status. That hasn't been updated since yesterday. No, it's they haven't given us a new map. They're just repeating basically what they said yesterday. See, it was 13 hours ago. The fire remains 77 acres and is now 5% contained. So, I mean, that's great that it hasn't really changed. But I'm sorry, what I mean is what we need is new information, like where did it actually go? Because this map was made while the fire was. Sorry. Thanks for telling me that that's what they said, but I'm angry that they're not actually saying anything different than yesterday. And they said that while the fire was still ongoing. And they don't have a new map. So this is before it was 77 acres. So I'm waiting for like where did it actually end up going and where did they actually end up stopping it? I'm waiting for that info. So that's what I mean. There's something new now. Monklands Outdoor Adventures. I'm not sure if you were asking me a question. You've done videos at Figueroa explaining the landscape. So, like, what I was asking you, Monk, is like what is shown with the lake fire burning up here? Is this where the cabins burned? Like, were these cabins and were they old and did they burn? Hey, Brokefish, how are you doing? I was just talking about the biscuit fire. It's such extremely depressing, and we're grateful to have you. So, ex-firefighter here, guys. I was telling people about the biscuit fire with the extremely sobering and really sad community meeting last night and morning briefing this morning on the Shelly fire. They're trying to fight it with mule trains, and probably have to try to use the primitive equipment in the wilderness area, which is nearby. They probably won't be allowed to use chainsaws and stuff, right? Or dozers in the wilderness area, which means it'll just basically all burn up. They have a lot of dead trees that created as from a 2017 Woolsey fire that they never logged down or wood chipped or did anything with. And so those caught and it went beyond the lines. And all hell broke loose after 9 p.m. and it started racing towards the northeast, towards the Jones 1 camera or whatever that is, Fort Jones. Okay, let's look out at what's going on at Mount Oxen. Is that what you're saying? But yeah, I totally promote your channel. Is it your channel, Monklands, that has the footage on it? Um, I mean, link people to it. Now you can't share the link, but here's Monk's channel, guys. Go like and sub there. I would love to do the kind of things you do, like show people the cool stuff in the place, especially like California. So which cam was it? Do we have a cam? Or is it just scanner radio saying something's going on? Look back at chat. Yeah, running on empty. It's what we were hoping for is some concrete info. What happened at Placerville? So they just basically reposted what they posted last night. No new info, no new map. We know it went past where the runway was. We just saw them describing open flames and heavy, not heavy fire, but bright hot spots on infrared, and they said that was northeast of where the runway kind of met, and they basically, I think they stopped it up against Newtown Road. But that plane, we saw the images. It was taking the images and making a map, and that's where the fire was when the plane was there, but the firefight was ongoing at the time. So I'm just wondering what the holdup is. Okay, what's the new possible fire? Where is that cam for the lake fire? There's so many. I don't know which one you're referencing. These burned over last night. Axes Figueroa here. You can go zoom in. Here you go, Monk. We were trying to figure out where they were because they don't seem to be on the Figueroa actual. See how it's just south of Figueroa Mountain in this little area? But I looked it up and there is a fire lookout, but it seems to be out of commission and purchased by like a historical society or something, and it's not there. These cameras are in a low building, low to the ground, like 3 feet off the ground, like a warehouse looking building, just south of Figueroa Mountain at the peak. So we go to Figueroa Mountain. See how I'm skeptical on the acreage of 13,000 BS? It's probably 20,000 by now. Like it was 13-ish thousand when it was like this. See, this is their old map. Look at all the heat detections and where everything is spread. It's almost, I mean, the heat detection of squares are margins of error, but if you go with the little pinpointy things, this gives you a clue right here. Yep, Spinny. They said that they would get as much aircraft and throw everything at it that they could. That's their best hope for speed bumping it, but a lot of the forest is going to just burn down unless some crazy rain miracle happens. Refugio, that's likely the fire station. They let cabins burn next to the fire station. There's a fire station up there. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Big. No, we're talking about the cameras that burned down. That he was asking me where the fire was because I'm asking him where is this where the cameras burned down? Are these buildings in the background? Did they burn down last night? That's what I'm asking. Like, did we lose these historical structures? What are they? Did they burn down? The morning update, you didn't mention any structures burning down, but it looked like they burned down. And then the cameras went offline. Are the cameras okay? Did the building with the cameras burn down? This was a hellish landscape last night. This is our last image before the cameras went down at 2:42 in the morning. That's why it says RIP cameras, 2:45 a.m. Our last image. So the guy who gave the update this morning doesn't explain jack. And no, it's not at 13,000 acres. Look at that. Look at that. So I'm guessing 20 at least. With the mapping plane was flying over 2 hours ago, so even if it spits out a new perimeter map, it's already outdated because it's still spreading rapidly. I mean, medium. It's an inexorable march to the southeast along the ridge top. It was still 95 degrees and like 8% humidity last night. Figueroa fire station. So all we could tell is when you look at the maps, where's the cam map? Is there something going on by Auburn or Mount Oxum or who said that? Yeah, which broadcastify channel was it? Figure FIGUE Figueroa Mountain. FIG oh Santa Barbara County, California. Okay. So the cams are just south of it where I thought they were. No, not where I thought they were. I thought they were here. It seemed to line more up with the building. So I thought it was this building, the cams, one looking west, and there's the one lone tree, like the olive tree in the yard, right? Olive tree or something. One was looking west, one to the east. There's all kinds of historical buildings in the yard that burned, but maybe I'm wrong because that's Figueroa Mountain. The cameras are not up there. It's not a mountain peak. It was down, and then to the east were plenty of other buildings that we saw burned up in a field, grassy field that was somewhat flat. I don't know what happened. Yeah, J. Cat, thank you for listening. I was hoping to hear the air show put Flight Radar 24 on and sleep for 20 hours. I've been awake way too long now. It's at the point where I don't think I actually can sleep. There's too much adrenaline and stress. I think that's being called overtired. But I must force myself somehow. I just don't know what we're looking at. What happened? The fire station is on Figueroa until road until about 3 miles from the camp. I don't know where the camp is. I don't know where we have a vague south of the peak of Figueroa Mountain is where the cameras are supposed to be. I don't know if there's a lat long or it has X and Y coordinates, but I thought that's just directional the way they are. I don't know how to find out exactly where cams are. But what night did the cabins burn? Was it last night? Where are they located? Because this is what it looks like, and we can't zoom anymore. It says Figueroa Mountain Peak right there. The Grass Mountain cams, which are not on Grass Mountain, was looking at it all night, and we saw the fire go down to them from like here to here. From the Grass Mountain cams. Like, what is this spot? It's got a little round turnaround thing. Ah, Figueroa Creek is right there. That might be the key to finding this. Figueroa Creek. There's the peak. There's Figueroa Creek. It's to the left of the buildings. I don't know. That's a mine entrance. That's what that bird foot means. It's an adit. It has a shaft. Whoa. That's the scariest thing to see on a topo map is not a building. It's a shaft, meaning it like an elevator shaft, straight down. People confuse. They think the word shaft is a tunnel. No, no, no. Elevator shaft, straight down. It can be like 2,000 feet. One-way trip to hell. And if it's not sealed right, dirt can kind of fall in and cover the fact that there's a hole. Just like one little depression. Sometimes even dirt can be piled on top and look like an anthill, like really big. And if it's not totally sealed and bars over across, you walk on that, you just disappear. You're never heard from again. There's a story. They usually line the hole with wood, but it rots over time, and so you have a collapsing. It's just really light soil that covers the entrance. Places with good road access and where tourists could go, they often go with sealed, but oftentimes they don't. I have a horror story of a tunnel wrench is private and there's no shaft anymore. Okay, I hope it's sealed. Looks like one hell of a crazy cliff side journey to get down there. That must be one wild ride. One little misstep and your vehicle bounces down there, ends up the size of a toaster at the bottom. That is some steep stuff. Sheet of relief shows old trails to old mines and things. The old roads. Where there's black dots, there used to be buildings. Can't see where they used to be sometimes. These cabins are just above tunnel ramp. Sawmill Basin. The fire was well into here by the time they declared mandatory evacuation. The heat map was already there. It just went no warning to level 3, and they didn't even have a map. So like these cabins right here, these burned is what you're saying. And our cabin was leased 2 from the Forest Service at Plymouth County. The oldest one was turn of the century. We weren't even quite sure when it was built. And it was a time capsule. It was abandoned around 1963, you could tell, or 66. And unfortunately, everything inside was ruined because of bat guano coming in from the ceiling through the roof rafters. It was like the world's largest bat colony here in the state, I swear to God, in the attic of that place. So my family left it alone. And pretty much all the mosquitoes, thanks to our family, there was not much of a mosquito problem on the west shore of Eleanor. Thousands of bats poured out of there at night. Now the garage, though, it had a garage. Sometimes we kept a boat in there, sometimes not. The bat guano wasn't really affecting the garage, but it was a time capsule of everywhere you look, little oil cans from like 1920, Model T type parts. Just incredible to walk around in there. I wanted to save the old furniture, some of it from turn of the century, but you couldn't get that smell out, if you vacuumed it the rest of your life. So we just kind of left it, but it was the 60s, and so there's all this bright polyester and stuff, and the colors never faded. It never rotted. The furniture. Okay, is there something new happening somewhere? Angela Brown's camp mod today. Okay, we may not have enough volunteers to keep stream going, so it may be that we just shut down. Because like we would need like 6 mods, I would say. Thank you for volunteering, guys. So it's the Occam, El Dorado County. Yeah, Josh Wright, thank you. That's what I kept asking. I was looking at the cams, I just couldn't see anything. It's on Mount Occam. Delilah Lookout has something. Where's Delilah? Oh, yeah, that's right. Basin. Mount Occam. Shenandoah Road, Mount Occam. So there's a Mount Occam 2. Or is it too close to be seen? Okay. The thing is, since I've been awake with almost no sleep for 4 days, when I go down, it might be for quite a long time. J. Kerr, that would be worth his weight in gold. Old Forest Service maps, I want people to mail them to me so I can do my historical research and tell the history of places, especially ones vulnerable to fire that might disappear. Yeah, Kathleen says I had 2 Queen Anne chairs stuffed with horsehair. Yeah. I never forgive my parents for selling the cabin. They just did, and divorce thing, and I would have just lived there. One of our neighbors, so old that, man, I needed to have interviewed her. I couldn't find her. I should have hired a private detective. I had her. She lived in Susan City, and she was so old and such a wonderful, sweet lady, beloved by everybody. And she's buried in Greenville now, but Auntie Faye, they called her, Faye Miller. She lived not too far away from us, so practically at her cabin. And she said she knew 49er, that she spoke to him as a kid, the old timers. And then later, when I found out she died by Googling her name, and God, that was a hard way to find out. I found out she was way older than I thought. Way older. Of course, she could have known 49ers. They'd have been in their twilight years when she was talking to them as a kid. But yeah, she talked about knowing Indians that didn't speak English. Talked about time before the lake. uh, uh, yeah, okay, Terry, thanks for coming by. But what camera are we supposed to be seeing? I don't see anything about Auckland. Being reported. Yeah, it's not a nap. It's like a coma that I gotta enter. I've got to cocoon myself and emerge as butterfly, man. Uh, oh my God, Kathleen. Yeah, sorry, Monklands. I'm maybe too uh, tired to try to locate what burned and where. Uh, yeah, the Shelly fire is just super depressing. The Spitty Dude says, according to a mapping plane, the fire is now approximately 840 acres, including the piece that crossed the Pacific Crest Trail. Yeah, the Shelly fire. There are numerous small spot fires along the perimeter that have potential for growth. Yeah, thank you. And air attacked was requested for tankers while the smoke visibility conditions are favorable for retardant drops. Let's hope that they are. Yeah. Josh Wright says, heard another wind wildland fire in Mount Auckland area. Heard that in the scanner. Maybe it was a smoke check. I'm concerned about that. You know what? We can use the different cam view, the Alert West, which is somehow different than Alert Wildfire. Um, duplicate. Come on. All right. Pull this way over here. We're at so many tabs now, and I already closed about 40. That we're at risk of crashing Internet Explorer. I mean, Edge browser. So did any of the cams near Ion pivot to look at something? Yes. These were recently, those with beams were recently turned around. But why is it showing irrelevant crap and not showing the actual alert wildfire cams? Well, okay. Scroll at the top, I guess. So Ben Bolt is way the heck over here. Mount Auckland 2. Oh, it's moving around because it's in panorama mode. Oh, something could have been one of those burning torch drones. I would go. Uh, yeah, it's. I'm staring and almost falling asleep while awake. Hang on. Let's turn on. County maybe. Got Calaveras. Let's be down. Oh, that's right. I called it the Caldor fire at the time. Oh, that's not the right feed. Any new word? Is it a smoke check near Mount Auckland? Not seeing anything on cams. Smoke showing on one, Spinny says. Okay. Bailey Peak. Just north of San Bernardino. Oh dear. All right, thanks. I gotta take a quick bio break, friends. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry, friends. There's no amount of splashing water in my face that can kind of keep me alert here. Did we get an answer? Is there something new? Um, Anything on watch duty here? Hopefully not. I really hope nothing happens today, of course. But we've got some bad heat dome conditions, so just probability and odds is something might really happen because it's just so dry that any kind of spark, even that which usually wouldn't cause a fire, really can now. Um, cool. Here's new info an hour ago. On the French fire, all evacuation warnings and orders have been lifted in all the residential areas. A lot of people were waiting for that. They have a 45% containment. They're closing the Red Cross shelter. I guess they did that last night. Cool, 45% containment. But remember, if it's not 100, you're not 100% safe. Just, it's their progress towards making you safe. Stay extremely vigilant. If there's some crazy wind event or something, they don't have solid lines around everywhere around the fire yet. That's what containment is. So, gotta stay diligent and vigilant. Now, I may have an interesting map. I'm looking at my source. Seems like maybe something to look at that be good to show you. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Okay, I've got the briefing map for the lake fire. Oh yeah. Stand by, I'll show this to you, friends. Let me make sure there's no phone numbers or sensitive data. Sometimes shows up on these maps. This looks like it doesn't have them. So it's meant for showing on TV and stuff. And being printed out. Cool. Stand by, I'll show this, and then we gotta shut down. I've gotta sleep. We don't have enough mods to carry day into night. That's okay. It's just the nature of vacation time. A lot of people are not back, and a couple of people who are here have just left. So we won't be able to live stream all day today. I do want to show you interesting stuff. Battle maps of the lake fire. So download a couple of these, see which one looks the best. Okay, that one's kind of irrelevant. It's like transportation map on how to get where they're fighting. Like they're setting up a miniature city, They do that for fires. Let's see what this version is. Show it to you in a minute. It's a PDF and it's not going to load very well in a browser. So I'll put it in a PDF reader. I don't know what a BAM map is. Do you know, Brokefish? Or briefing maps? What is a BAM? A weird acronym. BAN, bam. Oh, the detail is fantastic. Of course, the fire spread throughout the night, so these were obsolete the moment they were printed, sometime in the middle of the night for crack of dawn kind of meetings that they have. Still gives us a good idea. Ew, maple syrup on my last desk. I'm glad I didn't put my paper back there. Down on them all and quickly load them. Here's a PIO map. Must be what they. It's just different versions of color codes of these maps. Right, grabbing the last one. Oh man, that one's bright white. I don't like that one. Okay, we got them. Stand by for awesome. I'm gonna look at the lake fire again. Where else can you get stuff like this? Moment. That one's not the cool one. I'm trying to bam. First one was a cool one. Alright, it's cool enough. Nope, no, it isn't cool. Excuse me. Yeah, it's cool one. The public information map. We'll start there. We'll start there. All right. Now, check this out. Are you ready for this? This is what your money buys. Supercomputer. You can smooth as silk handle a massive file like this and zoom in and zoom in, zoom in. So, look, it's the lake fire briefing map. The one public information. Sorry, I can't. Do you want to know how much we can zoom in without blurring? You can keep going. You can keep going. And you can keep going. Sorry, it shifts its position for some reason. But now we're at 125%, 169%, 333% zoom. All the detail you could ever want in crystal clear sharpness. And this will let you know whatever you need to know. Let's zoom out a little bit. So this is the hopelessly outdated previous fire footprint when they came up with the previous estimate of the 12,000 or whatever acre. It may have almost doubled actually. At least the heat signatures doubled and went straight to the southeast pretty dang well past Figueroa Mountain here where the cameras burned over somewhere right at center of the screen. So we've got the borders of the Los Padres National Forest there. The La Guerra roadless area. Oh yeah, that's just going to be toast. There will be no way to save that if it gets there. Just the way it is, because it's the nature of a roadless area. X's. I believe that's where they're going to start the dozer lines. Or they're under construction. Let's look at the map key. All right, if the reader doesn't want to crash. Map key. Okay. Guess they're not going to explain it, but that's usually what that means. Wildfire daily perimeter. Remember, that's hopelessly outdated. Primary highways. Yes, there's 101. Secondaries. Primary paved roads are dark gray to black. Secondary paved road are light gray. Secondary dirt road is the white. Unimproved roads kind of look white too. Oh, the X actually means Forest Service road closed. That's non-standard. X is usually where dozer lines are planned. So I guess they're just saying that that's closed. Why don't they just put a gate on it or something like normal maps? Gray is Forest Service roadless areas because people thought that was a good idea. It is not. Bureau of Land Management, WSA. Don't know what WSA is. Forest Service Wilderness Boundary and Bureau BLM lands in yellow. Other federal lands in a weird tan. State lands are in blue. So that's why you got so many agencies involved, and the left hand doesn't talk to the right, and the public is super confused because there's too many cooks in the freaking kitchen. And they all have their Twitter or their Facebook page or their website or whatever, and nobody can tell where the hell they can get their info. That's why we exist. You pull it all together and have 130 tabs open at a time to check all of them all the time to see what the heck's going on with a fire. So we don't have, incident management team, 13 or whatever, just arrived. They're orienting and getting to know the fire and stuff. So they probably don't even really have a plan yet. But later, when they do, perhaps by tomorrow, they'll put where their dozer lines and stuff are planned. Now there's a different map. You read chat. I can't see chat when I'm looking at that. Kathleen says impressive. This is what our tax dollars are used for. Josh Wright says just a little update. Pay fires holding on my watch duty app. Yeah, thanks, Josh. What I'm upset about is that's just a copy and paste of yesterday's info. They already said that yesterday, and they didn't give us additional info. So I was like, really? And they didn't update the true map of where the fire perimeter was. So that was a really low effort update for today. Jake here says we used to camp in Davy Brown. What were you talking about? Anchor batteries? I like Anchor in general as a company. They seem to make fire safe products. Let me get you the next map up. Minimize that a second. So here is a briefing map that explains where the branch and divisions are located. So branches, big group, divisions, the mini groups within the big groups. I guess that's the easiest way to explain that. So they have a branch 1 and 2. They got Alpha, Delta, and Zulu on the west side of branch 1. And if we had heard radio chatter, I wish we could hear it. But JCAT was saying they had like special channels like the hams can't really tune into. So we can't hear broadcast. If you heard like air attack saying, "Oh, we got a hot spot over by Zulu," we know what they were talking about. Or, yeah, over there by Mike, which is them. That'd be great if we could put a helicopter there. If we get one on order, we know like where they wanted a helicopter, you know. But if we can't hear the radio, it isn't that helpful. It's just neat. But later, these maps will show where they want to put their dozer lines and stuff. Right now, it's completely, totally inaccurate because in the middle of the night, they did the last mapping plane thing. It progressed further to the southeast. And they have to print these out at the crack of dawn. And then the new mapping plane was over the place about 2 hours ago. So the next tomorrow's will be a lot more up to date, but it'll still, depending on how fast the fire moves, it keeps wanting to move to the southeast. Just marching there inexorably. These will always be a little bit out of date by the time they're printed out in the morning. I mean, they literally are printed out much of the time, and they point to it, like in today's morning briefing, and just pinned to a wall. I would like to know what kind of printers they use. They gotta be super fancy, like really huge ones. And sometimes they have that projection thing if they're even fancier for like community meetings. But anyway, we get other types of maps. Many of them look very similar, but they say won't have terrain or topography. And many of these will show, more of the towns nearby. Just different styles of maps. So Figueroa Mountain right here burned over. Like for example, last night, and the cameras died here, where it basically says Figueroa Mountain. The cams were down around here. I guess Junction Cab or whatever you would explain. They don't say cameras located here, which is weird. I think they should. But that tells you how hopelessly outdated the map is. Like, the fire came here and burned up the camp. You saw it March. Do you see how much new acreage there could be? At least. I think they'll come up with 18,000 to 20,000. At least. It's just hard to tell, like, did the fire go ahead of itself in fingers? Because there was a wall of flames that was in lower elevation. When it was upper, whatever was in between it was like not burned. Not much we could see on the cams. We couldn't see past many of the hills up this way. But that gives you an indication of this burned for sure because the cameras are located here. And then we had way over here. Hope you could see my cursor. You can't really. Sorry, we'll fix that one day. Like where it says Ranger Peak, we had all kinds of hot spots on the satellite. Right there, it says Ranger Peak. Get that. Okay, not quite that. Zoomed in. I'm not in control of where it decides to zoom when I use a slider. That burned right so. And we had heat detections over it where it said Ranger Peak. And it could sometimes just be hot smoke. But it's a big margin of error for the GOES 17 satellites. But if we refer back to CalTopo now and see is there a hot spot over say Ranger Peak right now, heat detection. There's Ranger Peak there. Yeah, we do. And it was somewhere between 1 and 6 hours ago. You see what I'm saying? That's their old, see the yellow portion thing? See, perimeter. Yeah, perimeter. That's like what they're saying with the whole 12,000 acre quote, which was quite a long time ago, actually. And then we go to GOES heat detections. Look how much more beyond that. And even some Moto Severe spot. So that's what I'm saying. It could be like 20,000 acres. It's just hard to tell with the margin of error. And we lost some of our best cams. Most blimps are helium, so they must use hot air balloons. All blimps are helium, I thought. There's really nothing else that is lighter than air other than hydrogen, which we know with the Hindenburg what can happen. So Kathleen says it's 108 in the shade. I have Tweety birds hitting my windows. What? Put little bowls of cold water out for them so they can take a bird bath. They'll love it. Hey, Adrian Robinson, Santa Barbara County Fire Department. What about them? Oh, anyway, I hope you liked the tour of the battle maps. Or at least their briefing maps so far. If they keep uploading here, my source, then I'll keep showing you these cool things. Like here's where they decided to put their divisions and their people and name them. Later, when they make a battle plan about where should we put lines and stuff, they'll explain that. So further out, but they're huge and have an incredible amount of detail. Really, I mean, large in scale and large as a file size. These are huge. Like, I mean that. This would not even open and be scrollable. It would just chug so much on anything but a computer like mine. Like, that's. Yeah, Liam James and who's saying J. Cat, what county? San Bernardino. What? Excuse me. They were talking about one that may have been new. I have no idea what the blimp thing is about. J. Cat said there's a new fire in LA County, but then corrected to San Bernardino. I don't know. Okay. And you're saying Adrian Robinson, Santa Barbara County Fire Department is not on the fire. But then this person, the information officer for Santa Barbara County Fire, was doing all kinds of updates and videos. So I assume they were because he's there at the lake. So I wish they'd explain a lot of things. Like here's Santa Barbara County Fire info. The Twitter that I didn't know existed for a bit. And they were saying high fire activity and growth last night. That was the 6th. They meant the 5th. With temps in the 90s. Humidity around 11%. More to come with available total acreage. Blah, 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 blah. visit SBC or Office of Emergency Services website, which is pretty worthless for evacuation info and whatnot. And then while it was already pretty much burning already, they issued a level 3 go evacuation order. Like it was already on fire with the cams and had been for some time. Just what? So I don't know why so many agencies take their sweet time and it takes so long to get evacuation info out to the public, but that's what we're here for. We do it. We hear something over the radio or we see something, we tell people, hey, looks like the fire's coming your way. This is so smoky, I hope aircraft can do something right now. Hey, Angela, how are you? There's always fire in the summer, yeah. The Bailey Cam 1. Well, we're about to wrap up, so I don't know. I don't even want to see something new because we don't have enough volunteers to go for like 14 hours, which is probably how long the stream would have to go without me. So, Bailey Peak. Yeah, that's up in the remote hills, looking over I-5 corridor by Mount Antonio, Mount San Antonio. Yeah, we were looking at that before. Yep, sorry friends. I've been awake with very little sleep for about 4 days. So, this has caught up with me. I was waiting. I went live for a few hours to see if enough mods might show up to do volunteer work, and I did get text messages for some who are not here. And not only are they not able to volunteer, they're not even home. And people like Angela Rounds and Spitty did 17-hour shifts yesterday. So their troopers, Husky was up most of the night too. Oh, Mount Oxum, do you mean? Josh Wright. Chris says, as just an FYI, Santa Barbara County scanner who's singing Upper Happy Valley Canyon. What do you mean singing? Are possibly going to get evacuation warning. I don't know what you mean, Christopher. We were listening to that scanner, and it was not saying anything about the fire, like for the last several days. What scanner? Okay, well now at least they have a evacuation map. It took them 24 hours to put that together. But thank you, Chris, for volunteering in JECAT. I really appreciate it, but really we might go more than 14 hours. It's like I may sleep a long time. So I'll try to get as much sleep as possible, friends. I did fire roundup. Autumn? I don't. Do you mean Oxum? Is it like autocorrect? I don't know what autumn is. But there's a Mount Oxum cam. And Occum. Like I type in autumn, I don't get a match. I never heard of a cam called that. Occum, yeah. So maybe it was at the base of Mount Occum and these cameras couldn't look down and see it, but we never saw any smoke or anything. So thank you, Josh, for keeping us informed, though. Yeah. So, friends, we've seen some incredible, crazy stuff. Sometimes it's just not in the cards to go live 24/7. They're going to slam the lake and the Shelly as much as they can. Those are the two of greatest concern. They really could become California's great new mega fires. And they may even be destined to become the great new mega fires because of the crazy weather for the next days to come. Don't worry. Look, JECAT, you can make 2 typos, but on the 3rd typo, muertes. But thank you, friends, so much for everybody who donated last night. Just super appreciated. If anybody made it on PayPal or Cash App, I have a really difficult time opening up the phone and going through all the steps to see the list of donations. Very sorry if I didn't credit you. When I wake up, I'll really try to analyze that, try to get the thank yous out. Super appreciate it. Sorry, I'm on the edge of consciousness, and it's like, it's true what they say. Being tired is like being intoxicated. So let's finally get some sleep, because we've got a heat wave going on for days to come here. And hopefully I'll be rested when I wake up and refreshed, because it's July. And then it's just the 7th. So we've just really started the main prime time of the summer fire season. The 2 hottest and driest and most dangerous months of the year before summer fire starts. I can't keep doing this, otherwise I'm going to utterly collapse. So I'm glad Tanker 911 and all these planes are going to help, but so far they've been ineffective, unfortunately. So I hope maybe the fire dies down a little bit so that they can speed bump the fire a little bit. But without good road access, I don't know what they're going to do. The lake fire really could become another 240,000 acre fire like the prior one in 2007. It also started on the 4th of July. Yeah, and Kathleen Danford says August and September will be the worst monsoon storms this year with the light. Yeah, August typically is worse in my reckoning, but who knows? Yeah, maybe early September. And then the actual worst fire season is winter for California. If you're talking about the year, no, it's not summer, not autumn, it's winter. Oakland firestorm happens in what, October sometime? November 8th was Paradise. The crazy stuff that happened at like Pasadena and whatnot. Santa Ana's and the Diablo winds blow from October to January. And so there's a horrible time where the summer's dried out everything all summer. And until the rains come, which can be any time from late October to mid-October, as late as late November, the place is still dry as a bone. And those are the hurricane strength force winds that come out of the Nevada desert. So that's when you can lose cities, not just towns, like Paradise and Oakland Hills, and some other horrifying events from the past that people all around Pasadena area will remember. So there's that horrible time period of when it's still dry, and then you get the hurricane force winds. That's when Californians live in terror. That's around October 10th or so, or October 13th is when my friend died in the Cascade Fire of 2017. That's when we lost chunks of Santa Rosa, the Diablo. It was all the same night. So, but California's different fire seasons. The summer one's not a joke. But we have to be prepared all year round. There's pretty much all seasons have different fire risks for California. Spring has spring storms and wind. So it's just usually rain comes soon enough to rain them out too. But Godspeed and good luck. Thank you, everybody. Thanks much for volunteering. Jay, Kat, and Christopher, you're so wonderful. I really appreciate that. Everybody who's donated, everybody who's hit the like button, that's so appreciated too. Remember, subscribe with the ring bell when I'm, not awake for 4 days, we have a much higher quality production. But I'm sure people have been helped at least a little bit by today's assessment and last night's crazy camera burnover show, where we saw, unfortunately, like animals running for their lives. But hopefully they fix that back online. Hopefully they'll become better communicators with us about the lake fire. Much is as much to be desired. Or maybe they can model themselves after the Basin team and the Shelly team, which are doing an excellent job, pretty super job at communication. And hopefully they'll actually say something about Placerville and give us an idea about when they might have a containment in mind. Yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Nope, we're not leaving it up. There's not enough mod volunteers. When I tell people I could sleep for 17 and 18 hours at a time, they don't believe me. But that's what happens. My body just kind of waits, and when the crisis is over, it forces me to sleep. And even if I wake up, I can't get out of bed. I can't move. It says, "You all sit down now. You all sleep as much as you missed, basically." That's just the way it is. So I make a deal with it, and I say, "Okay, go ahead. As long as you're give me the energy to be awake during a crisis. After it's over, I will flop down on and I will rest." That would be really unfair to you to just the stream goes on for the 17th hour or something, and rude people come in to chat, and you guys want to sleep and have a life, and you have to monitor it, right? So the alternative is if we have a lot of chatter on the radio, I could turn chat off and just watch an air show. We've done that before, but that's usually a short duration, like, oh, I have to go out today and go to the store, and I'll be back, you know. So right now, we don't have the staff to go 24 hours, so we'll do the best we can. So thank you, friends, for being here. Really much appreciated. If you hit the subscribe button, you'll find us again when you look for us. It's pretty hopeless if you don't, but if you don't have a YouTube account and you just don't want to make one, you can just bookmark. You can just bookmark the channel page. And you go to the channel page by clicking on the purple K. So that's an alternative. So thanks so much for being here, friends. I'm finally going to rest after being awake for nearly 4 days in a row.